Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, she heard something rattle when she lit the fireplace. A few bricks were loose. Behind them, a metal box wrapped in black cloth. Inside, burnt photographs, a wedding ring, and a note that read, "He made me choose." The handwriting matched her late grandmother's. Meredith Coleman had known her grandmother's house in Elkins, West Virginia, like the back of her hand. Or at least, that's what she thought until that cold January evening in 2018. At 34, Meredith had inherited the Victorian home after Eleanor Coleman passed away peacefully at 87. The inheritance wasn't unexpected, but what Meredith would discover within those walls certainly was. Eleanor had been a fixture in the small community of Elkins for decades. A retired high school English teacher, she was known for her meticulously kept garden, her collection of first edition classics, and her chocolate chip cookies at the annual town fair. A widow for over 40 years, Eleanor had raised Meredith's father alone after her husband, Thomas Coleman, died in what everyone described as a tragic hunting accident in 1977. Grandma Ellie was the gentlest soul, Meredith would later tell investigators. She never raised her voice, never spoke ill of anyone. She was constant, unchanging. The house on Maple Street was much like Eleanor herself, tidy, traditional, and seemingly without secrets. Meredith had spent every summer there as a child, running through the hallways and hiding in the many nooks of the three-story home built in 1902. But she had never once noticed anything unusual about the living room fireplace. Winter had come early to Elkins that year. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the town by mid-November, and temperatures had remained below freezing for weeks. Meredith, who had taken a sabbatical from her position as a research librarian in Pittsburgh to sort through her grandmother's affairs, had been staying in the house for nearly a month when she decided to light a fire. The furnace was making this awful rattling noise, and I couldn't get the repairman out until the next day, Meredith recalled. So I figured I'd light the fireplace. Grandma always said it worked, though I'd never seen her use it. The flue seemed to be stuck. When Meredith reached up with a poker to try to loosen it, she heard something shift inside the chimney wall, a distinct metallic rattle, not the sound of loose mortar or a trapped animal, but something solid, something man-made. I remember thinking it was probably just an old tool someone had dropped while cleaning the chimney years ago, she said. But when I shined a flashlight up there, I could see that some of the bricks on the left side weren't quite flush with the others. Using the poker, Meredith carefully pried at the loose bricks. One came away easily, then another. Behind them was a small cavity, and inside that cavity, wrapped carefully in what appeared to be a black silk scarf, was a metal box roughly the size of a hardcover book. The box itself was unremarkable, a simple, locking cash box of the type sold in office supply stores. The key was missing, but the lock had corroded over time, and Meredith was able to force it open without much difficulty. I thought maybe it was Grandma's emergency cash or some family heirlooms, Meredith said, her voice growing softer as she recounted the moment. But what I found instead, it didn't make any sense. Inside the box were 3 items. First, a stack of photographs, their edges charred as though someone had attempted to burn them but stopped halfway through. Second, a simple gold wedding band, too large for a woman's hand. And third, a folded piece of yellowed notepaper with a single sentence written in faded blue ink, "He made me choose." The handwriting was unmistakably Alina Coleman's, the same flowing script that had signed countless birthday cards and written encouraging notes in the margins of Meredith's childhood journals. The photographs were disturbing in their ordinariness. They showed a man Meredith didn't recognize, tall, broad-shouldered, perhaps in his early 30s, with dark hair and a serious expression. In some he was alone, standing beside a car or sitting on a porch. In others he was with Alina, much younger than Meredith had ever known her, perhaps in her mid-20s. They were standing close, sometimes holding hands, sometimes with his arm around her waist. The strangest part was that in every photo where they were together, my grandmother looked different, not just younger, but like a different person entirely. She was smiling in a way I'd never seen. The date stamps on the backs of several photos indicated they were taken between May and August of 1956, over 20 years before Thomas Coleman, the man Meredith had always been told was her grandfather, had died. Detective Marcus Rivera of the Elkins Police Department wasn't sure what to make of Meredith's discovery at first. "People hide things all the time," he explained. "Old love letters, keepsakes from relationships before marriage. It doesn't necessarily indicate anything criminal." But Rivera had been a detective long enough to know when something didn't add up. Alina Coleman's official history, the one everyone in town knew, included her marriage to Thomas in 1954, the birth of their only son, James, Meredith's father, in 1957, and Thomas's death while hunting in 1977. The dates on those photos coincided with a time when Alina was supposedly already married to Thomas, Rivera noted, and yet the man in the photos wasn't Thomas Coleman. The investigation might have ended there, a curious family mystery but nothing more, had Meredith not decided to do what came naturally to a research librarian, dig deeper. The wedding band in the box had an inscription inside. Forever, RL, the initials meant nothing to Meredith, but they gave her somewhere to start. She began combing through local newspaper archives from the 1950s, searching for any mention of her grandmother with a man whose name might match those initials. 3 weeks into her search, she found it. A small announcement in the social pages of the Elkins Register from May 1956. Miss Alina Whitman and Mr. Robert Langley announced their engagement. A June wedding is planned. There was no subsequent wedding announcement, no further mention of Robert Langley in connection with Alina. It was as if he had simply vanished. "That's when I went back to Detective Rivera," Meredith said, "because now I had a name." Robert Langley had existed, he had been real, and according to all official records, Alina Whitman had married Thomas Coleman in October 1954, nearly 2 years before her engagement to Langley was announced. "We pulled everything we could on Langley," Rivera said. "Birth certificate from 1931, high school graduation from Elkins High in 1949, employment records showing he worked at the lumber mill outside of town, and then nothing after August 1956. No death certificate, no record of him moving away, no marriage to anyone else. Robert Langley had simply ceased to exist on paper after the last photograph in the metal box had been taken." The investigation turned to Thomas Coleman, the man Meredith had always believed was her grandfather. His records were impeccable: marriage certificate, employment history, with the railroad death certificate citing an accidental gunshot wound while hunting alone in the mountains west of town. "But here's where it gets interesting," Rivera explained, leaning forward in his chair. Thomas Coleman's hunting accident. It happened on October 17, 1977. That's the same day that Alina reported a break-in at her home. Nothing was taken, according to the police report. Just a window broken, some things moved around. The coincidence was too striking to ignore. As detectives began quietly re-examining the circumstances of Thomas Coleman's death, Meredith continued her own investigation into Robert Langley. She tracked down Harriet Simmons, a 92-year-old former neighbor who had lived 2 doors down from Alina in the 1950s. "Oh, Bobby Langley," Harriet said when Meredith mentioned the name. "Such a handsome boy. We all wondered what happened between them." According to Harriet, Alina and Robert had been childhood sweethearts. They were inseparable since they were teenagers. Everyone expected them to marry right after high school, but then Alina's father got sick and she started seeing Thomas Coleman instead. He was older, more established, had a good job with the railroad. Harriet's eyes grew distant as she recalled the past. But then, years later, Bobby came back to town, and suddenly Alina was wearing his ring again. It caused quite a stir, let me tell you. A married woman getting engaged to another man. People talked of nothing else that summer. When Meredith asked what had happened to end the engagement, Harriet's expression changed. Nobody really knew. One day Bobby was here, and Alina was happier than anyone had seen her in years. The next, he was gone, and she was back with Thomas like nothing had happened. She never spoke of Robert again, not once in all these years. The investigation took a dramatic turn when Detective Rivera obtained permission to examine the site where Thomas Coleman's body had been found in 1977. Using ground-penetrating radar, the search team identified an anomaly approximately 50 yards from the original scene. "We found human remains," Rivera confirmed. "Male, estimated to have been in his mid-20s at time of death, and they'd been there a lot longer than since 1977. Forensic anthropologists put the time of death at approximately 20 years earlier than Thomas Coleman's, sometime in the late 1950s. DNA testing would later confirm what Meredith had already begun to suspect. The remains belonged to Robert Langley. The cause of death was a single gunshot wound to the back of the head. When confronted with this evidence, James Coleman, Meredith's father, broke down. His mother had told him the truth on her deathbed. Thomas had discovered Alina's relationship with Robert, her plan to leave him. He had forced her to make an unthinkable choice. "He made me choose," Alina had written, "Robert or our son." Thomas had already killed Robert Langley in 1956, burying his body in the woods. He had kept the evidence, the photos, the ring, to ensure Alina's silence and compliance for the next 20 years. When she finally attempted to leave in 1977, taking the incriminating box with her, Thomas had broken into the house to recover it. In the ensuing confrontation, Alina had shot him with his own hunting rifle. She had reported it as an accident, and in the small town where Thomas was respected and well-liked, no one questioned it too deeply. Alina had hidden the box in the chimney that same night, sealing it away along with the truth for the next 40 years. "She protected me," James Coleman said through tears. "She endured 20 years with my father to protect me, and she never told a soul until the very end." The case of Robert Langley was officially closed in 2019, the death attributed to Thomas Coleman. No charges were filed posthumously against Alina, with prosecutors citing clear evidence of decades of coercion and threats. Meredith still lives in the house on Maple Street. She's had the fireplace renovated, the chimney rebuilt. "I've made peace with who my grandmother was," she says quietly, "with the impossible choices she had to make. Some secrets are kept out of love, out of protection, and some truths, once buried, leave marks on us even when we can't see them." The wedding ring from the box now sits on Meredith's bookshelf, next to a photograph of Alina as a young woman, smiling in that way Meredith had never seen in life, standing beside a tall, dark-haired man whose name had been locked away inside brick and mortar for nearly half a century. Behind every quiet life, behind every ordinary facade, there sometimes lies a story waiting to be uncovered. A truth hidden in plain sight, like a locked box inside a chimney, rattling softly, waiting for someone to listen. Crime 2, Morgan Ellis had always been practical about money. Growing up in the quiet suburb of Pinewood, Connecticut, she learned early to stretch every dollar. Her father, a high school math teacher, and her mother, a part-time librarian, had instilled in her the value of thrift. So when the bitter November winds began to cut through her threadbare jacket, Morgan didn't hesitate to visit Second Chances, the thrift store on Maple Street where she'd been finding treasures since her college days. The coat caught her eye immediately, camel-colored wool with a subtle herringbone pattern, barely worn and exactly her size. At $18, it seemed like fate. The elderly woman at the register commented on how perfectly it suited her, how sometimes the right things find the right people. Morgan smiled at the sentiment, paid in cash, and walked out into the gray afternoon with her new purchase draped over her arm. It wasn't until that evening, as she hung the coat in her hallway closet, that her fingers brushed against something in the right pocket. A folded piece of paper, creased and slightly worn at the edges. Morgan assumed it was an old receipt or shopping list forgotten by the previous owner, but curiosity made her unfold it. The paper was lined, torn carefully from a standard notebook. Written in neat, precise handwriting were 5 names, each followed by an address. The handwriting was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, just methodical, almost architectural in its precision. Morgan didn't recognize any of the names or addresses, though they all seemed to be within a 30-mile radius of Pinewood. 1 Daniel Haverford, 1742, Oakwood Drive, Wilston. 2 Rebecca Crane, 8923 Lakeview Terrace, Marston. 3 Thomas Wright, 317 Sycamore Lane, Pinewood. 4 Eliza Dunham, 45 River Road, Apt 2B, Holliston. 5 Jason Mercer, 631 Prospect Street, Danbury. And then below these names was a 6th entry that made Morgan's breath catch in her throat. 6 Morgan Ellis. Her name, just her name, with no address listed. The space after her name was blank, as if waiting to be filled in. Morgan stared at the paper, a subtle uneasiness taking root in her stomach. How did her name get on this list? The coat couldn't possibly have belonged to someone who knew her. Second Chances received donations from all over the county. She considered calling the store, but they would be closed by now. Tomorrow, she decided. Tomorrow she would bring the list back and ask if they remembered who had donated the coat. That night Morgan slept fitfully. The rational part of her brain suggested simple explanations. Perhaps the previous owner had the same name, or maybe it was some kind of bizarre coincidence. But another part of her mind kept returning to the methodical handwriting, the precision of the list, and the blank space after her name. Morning brought no clarity, only a dull headache from lack of sleep. Morgan showered, dressed, and made coffee, trying to maintain her normal routine. She had planned to go directly to Second Chances when it opened at 10, but a call from her office changed that. A client meeting had been moved up, and her presence was required. The list would have to wait. The workday passed in a blur of spreadsheets and client presentations. Morgan worked as a financial analyst at a small firm in downtown Pinewood, a job that usually demanded her full attention. Today, however, her thoughts kept straying to the list. By 5 o'clock, she was exhausted but determined to visit the thrift store before heading home. Mrs. Abernathy, the same elderly woman who had sold her the coat, greeted Morgan with a warm smile. "Back so soon, dear. Did the coat not fit after all?" "No, the coat is perfect," Morgan assured her. "But I found something in the pocket, a list with names and addresses. My name is on it, which seems strange." Mrs. Abernathy's smile faltered slightly. "Oh, may I see it?" Morgan handed over the folded paper. Mrs. Abernathy studied it, her brow furrowing. "How peculiar. I don't remember who donated this particular coat. We had a large donation drive 2 weeks ago. Several churches and community organizations contributed items." "Is there any way to find out who the previous owner was?" Morgan asked. "I'm afraid not, dear. We don't keep records of individual donations." Mrs. Abernathy handed the list back. "Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Morgan isn't such an uncommon name." Morgan nodded, trying to hide her disappointment. "You're probably right. Thank you anyway." The drive home was quiet, save for the gentle tapping of raindrops on the windshield. Morgan parked in her usual spot and hurried through the drizzle to her apartment building. As she approached her door, a sense of unease returned. Something felt different, though she couldn't immediately identify what. She unlocked her door and stepped inside, flicking on the lights. Everything looked normal. Her books were still lined neatly on the shelves, her laptop still closed on the coffee table, her dishes still drying on the rack by the sink. And yet, something felt off. Morgan hung her keys on the hook by the door and walked to the hallway closet to hang up her rain-dampened jacket. That's when she saw it, the camel coat, hanging exactly where she'd left it that morning. But something about it seemed wrong. Morgan reached into the right pocket, half expecting the list to be gone. It was there, folded just as she had left it, but when she opened it, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. Under her name, where there had been only a blank space, was now her complete address, written in the same precise handwriting. 6 Morgan Ellis, 213 Westview Avenue, Apt 4C, Pinewood. Someone had been in her apartment, someone who knew exactly where she lived, who had access to her home, and who had deliberately added her address to the list. Morgan's hand trembled as she refolded the paper. She backed away from the closet, her eyes darting around the apartment, suddenly seeing it as a stranger might, the layout, the entrances, the vulnerabilities. She checked the windows and the door, no signs of forced entry. Whoever had come in either had a key or knew how to pick a lock without leaving evidence. She reached for her phone, hesitating only a moment before dialing 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. 911, what's your emergency? I think someone broke into my apartment, Morgan said, her voice barely above a whisper. Nothing's missing, but they left something, a message. 20 minutes later, Officer Leanne Dawson was standing in Morgan's living room, notebook in hand. She was younger than Morgan had expected, with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. And you found this list in a coat you purchased yesterday? Officer Dawson asked, carefully holding the paper by its edges. Morgan nodded. Yes, my name was on it, but the address space was blank. Now it's filled in. And you're certain you locked your door when you left for work? Positive, I always do. Officer Dawson made a note. No signs of forced entry. Do you live alone, Ms. Ellis? Well, yes. Does anyone else have a key to your apartment? Ex-boyfriend, family member, close friend? Morgan thought for a moment. The building manager has a master key, and I gave a spare to my friend Allison for emergencies, but she's in Boston on business. Has been all week. Officer Dawson nodded, continuing to write. I'd like to take this list with me, if that's okay. We should check on these other people. Morgan hadn't even considered the others on the list. Do you think they're in danger? I don't know, Officer Dawson admitted, but 5 other names with addresses. We need to make sure they're all okay. I'm going to request patrol cars to do welfare checks. After Officer Dawson left, promising to station a patrol car outside the building overnight, Morgan found herself unable to remain in the apartment. She called Allison, who immediately offered her guest room despite being over 2 hours away. Morgan packed an overnight bag, carefully avoiding looking at the camel coat still hanging in her closet. The following morning, Officer Dawson called. Her voice was tight with tension. Ms. Ellis, we've checked on the other individuals from the list. I think you should come to the station. At the Pinewood police station, Morgan was led to a small conference room where Officer Dawson was waiting alongside a gray-haired man introduced as Detective Robert Harmon. What's going on? Morgan asked, sitting down. Are the other people okay? Detective Harmon exchanged a glance with Officer Dawson before speaking. Ms. Ellis, we've located all 5 individuals on the list. 3 of them are fine, apparently unaware of any threat, but 2 of them, Daniel Haverford and Rebecca Crane, are both missing. Missing, Morgan repeated. Mr. Haverford hasn't been seen for 3 weeks. His employer reported him missing after he failed to show up for work for 3 consecutive days. Ms. Crane was reported missing by her roommate 10 days ago. Morgan felt a chill spread through her body, and the others. Thomas Wright, Eliza Dunham, and Jason Mercer are all accounted for and safe. None of them reported anything unusual, though Mr. Wright mentioned receiving an anonymous package containing a camel-colored wool coat about a month ago. He donated it to a church clothing drive because it wasn't his size. The same coat I bought, Morgan whispered. Detective Harmon nodded. We believe so. Ms. Ellis, do you have any connection to any of these individuals? Any mutual friends, workplaces, social groups? Morgan shook her head. I've never heard of them before seeing that list. What about enemies? Anyone who might wish to frighten you or cause you harm? Again, Morgan shook her head. No one. I keep to myself mostly. Work home, a few close friends. Detective Harmon leaned forward. We're treating this as a credible threat. The fact that 2 people on this list are missing cannot be ignored. We'd like to place you under protective surveillance, at least until we understand what's happening here. You think whoever wrote the list might be coming for me next? Morgan asked, her voice small. We don't know, Detective Harmon replied honestly, but we're not taking any chances. The next 3 days passed in a blur of police interviews, security precautions, and sleepless nights. Morgan stayed with Allison, who had immediately returned from Boston. The police installed temporary security cameras at Allison's apartment and maintained regular patrols. On the 4th day, Detective Harmon requested another meeting. We've identified a potential person of interest, he explained when Morgan arrived at the station. A man named Edward Collier. He worked with Daniel Haverford at the same accounting firm until 6 months ago, when he was fired after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. He also lived in the same apartment complex as Rebecca Crane until he was evicted around the same time. "And the others on the list?" Morgan asked. "We're still working on those connections, but here's what's interesting. Collier's former supervisor described him as methodical, precise to the point of obsession, and he apparently kept detailed lists of everything." A photo appeared on the detective's computer screen, a thin-faced man with close-cropped hair and intense eyes. Something about his gaze made Morgan's skin crawl. "Have you found him?" "Not yet. His last known address is abandoned. No credit card activity, no cell phone usage. He's gone off the grid." That night, unable to sleep despite Allison's comfortable guest room, Morgan found herself scrolling through social media, something she rarely did. On a whim, she searched for Edward Collier's name. His profile appeared immediately sparse, with few posts and fewer friends. But his most recent update from just 2 hours ago stopped her heart. It was a photo of a camel-colored coat hanging on a coat rack. The caption read simply, "The coat always finds its way home eventually." Morgan immediately called Detective Harmon, her fingers shaking so badly she could barely dial. Within minutes, police were dispatched to Allison's apartment and to Morgan's own apartment. But they found nothing, no sign of Edward Collier, no evidence of any intrusion. Just the unsettling knowledge that somewhere out there, someone was watching, waiting, playing a game whose rules only he understood. 2 weeks later, with no further incidents and no sign of Edward Collier, the police surveillance was reduced. Morgan had returned to her own apartment, newly equipped with an advanced security system. Daniel Haverford and Rebecca Crane remained missing. On a cold December morning, Morgan opened her mailbox to find a small, unmarked package. Inside was a button, camel-colored, with a herringbone pattern. Attached was a note in that now familiar, precise handwriting. "Number 6 isn't ready yet, but soon." The case of the list found in a stranger's coat remains open. Edward Collier has not been found. Morgan Ellis still checks her closet every night, wondering if she'll ever feel safe again. And somewhere, perhaps, a camel coat hangs waiting, with a new list in its pocket and new names carefully inscribed in methodical handwriting. Crime 3, no matter how many times she scrubbed the kitchen tile, a reddish smear kept reappearing near the pantry. She finally pried up the floorboard and found a leather-bound journal soaked through with something sticky. On the first page, "I said I'd make it look like an accident." Meredith Carson had never considered herself particularly obsessive about cleanliness. Friends described the 34-year-old elementary school librarian as comfortably tidy, someone who kept her modest Portland, Oregon home presentable but lived in. But ever since moving into the 1920s craftsman-style house on Laurel Street 6 months ago, she developed what her sister Jennifer called a fixation with the kitchen floor. It was this small section by the pantry, Jennifer would later tell investigators. She'd text me pictures of it, asking if I could see the stain. Sometimes I could, sometimes I couldn't. It drove her crazy. The house had been a foreclosure, purchased at a price that seemed almost too good to be true in Portland's competitive housing market. The real estate agent had mentioned that the previous owners had left rather suddenly, after only 8 months of residency, but Meredith hadn't thought much of it at the time. The house needed work, peeling wallpaper in the hallway, a leaky faucet in the upstairs bathroom, and yes, some discoloration on the kitchen floor that the agent assured her was just water damage from a refrigerator leak. During her first few weeks in the home, Meredith began noticing the peculiar stain near the pantry. No matter how vigorously she scrubbed, it would reappear within days, a faint, rust-colored smear about the size of her hand. She tried bleach, commercial cleaners, even a steam mop recommended by a colleague. Nothing worked. She became quieter, recalled her best friend Tanya Reynolds, more withdrawn. She started canceling our weekend hikes. When I'd ask what was wrong, she'd just say she was tired from all the house projects. On April 12, 2023, after another frustrating cleaning session, Meredith noticed something she hadn't before. One of the floorboards near the stain seemed slightly raised, as if it had warped. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she carefully wedged it into the seam and pried upward. The board came loose with surprising ease, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside that cavity was a leather-bound journal, its cover dark and stiff with what appeared to be dried blood. Meredith would later tell police that her hands trembled so badly she could barely open it. When she did, the first page contained a single sentence written in neat, precise handwriting. I said I'd make it look like an accident. The journal belonged to Daniel Winters, the previous homeowner. As Detective Marcus Harding of the Portland Police Department pieced together, Daniel had been a 42-year-old accountant who had moved into the house with his wife, Rebecca, in the summer of 2021. Neighbors described the couple as quiet but pleasant. They kept to themselves but always waved when passing by. They seemed happy enough, said Elaine Guthrie, who lived 2 doors down, but there was something, I don't know, something careful about them, like they were always watching what they said. The journal revealed a different story. In entries spanning several months, Daniel detailed his growing suspicion that his wife was poisoning him. He wrote of unexplained stomach pains that seemed to flare up after meals Rebecca prepared, of dizziness and fatigue that doctors couldn't diagnose, of finding unfamiliar pills in their medicine cabinet that disappeared when he mentioned them. She thinks I don't notice, one entry read, but I see how she watches me eat, how she asks questions about my symptoms with that look in her eyes, not concern but curiosity, like I'm some science experiment she's monitoring. The entries grew increasingly paranoid. Daniel described hiding food, pretending to take medication, and secretly recording conversations. He wrote about researching untraceable poisons and their symptoms. The handwriting became more erratic with each page. The final entry, dated October 3rd, 2022, simply stated, "I know what I have to do. There's no other way out." When Detective Harding ran a background check on the couple, he discovered something peculiar. There was no record of Daniel or Rebecca Winters leaving Portland. No change of address, no property purchases elsewhere, no employment records in other states. It was as if they had simply vanished. That's when we began to take Ms. Carson's discovery very seriously. Detective Harding later explained in a press conference. We obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the property. The investigation revealed troubling evidence. Using luminol, technicians discovered traces of blood that had seeped between the floorboards, explaining the persistent stain Meredith couldn't eliminate. Ground-penetrating radar detected an anomaly in the backyard, beneath an unusually lush patch of garden behind the tool shed. When investigators excavated the area, they found human remains wrapped in heavy plastic sheeting. Initial forensic analysis identified the body as male, approximately in his early 40s, with traces of thallium, a tasteless, odorless poison once commonly used in rat poison, in the tissue samples. But the case took an unexpected turn when DNA results came back. The body wasn't Daniel Winters. It belonged to Thomas Greeley, a 45-year-old investment advisor who had been reported missing by his brother in Seattle nearly 2 years earlier. That's when this case broke wide open, Detective Harding said. We were no longer looking at a single domestic incident. We were looking at something much darker. Further investigation revealed that Daniel and Rebecca Winters were aliases. Their real identities were Evan and Clara Rossi, a couple linked to 3 other cases across the Pacific Northwest involving missing persons and fraudulent property transfers. In each instance, the Rosses had befriended financially comfortable but socially isolated individuals, slowly gained their trust, and eventually disappeared, along with their victims and significant portions of their assets. The journal, it seemed, was not a record of Daniel's genuine fears, but a carefully crafted prop, a false narrative planted deliberately under the floorboards, designed to mislead investigators if the body was ever discovered. The accident mentioned wasn't something Rebecca had planned for Daniel, but something the Rosses had orchestrated for their victim, Thomas Greeley. They were creating their own counter-narrative, explained forensic psychologist Dr. Amelia Wright, who consulted on the case. It's an unusually sophisticated form of misdirection, leaving evidence that points to a completely different crime than the one actually committed. 8 months after Meredith Carson's discovery, the mystery of the Rosses' whereabouts remains unsolved. Authorities have traced their movements to Vancouver, British Columbia, where they were captured on an ATM camera 3 days after abandoning the Portland house. After that, the trail goes cold. Meanwhile, Meredith no longer lives in the Craftsman on Laurel Street. She moved in with her sister Jennifer shortly after the investigation began and listed the house for sale, despite the significant loss she would take on the property. Some stains, she told a local reporter in her only public comment on the matter, don't ever really come out, no matter how hard you scrub. As for the journal, it remains in police evidence storage. Its carefully penned lies a testament to the elaborate deception practiced by the Rosses. Investigators continue to research cold cases with similar patterns, believing the couple may have claimed other victims before Thomas Greeley. And sometimes, late at night, residents on Laurel Street report seeing lights on in the empty house, though authorities have found no evidence of trespassing. Just another unexplained detail in a case built on layers of carefully constructed falsehoods, where even the most obvious clues led in precisely the wrong direction. The realtor has struggled to sell the property. Potential buyers invariably notice the new kitchen flooring and ask why just that one room was renovated. Crime 4, the neighbors swore it had always been 318, but the next morning a brass plate with 316 was nailed to her front porch. When she asked the mailman, he said something she'd never forget. We stopped delivering to 318 after the girl vanished. Maple Street was the kind of place where autumn leaves gathered in perfect piles, where Christmas lights went up the weekend after Thanksgiving, and where neighbors still brought casseroles when someone lost a loved one. Nestled in the quiet suburb of Lakewood, Virginia, it was a street where people moved to raise families and grow old together. Rebecca Winters had lived at 318 Maple Street for nearly 4 years. A freelance graphic designer in her early 30s, she bought the modest 2-bedroom Craftsman after her divorce, charmed by its blue shutters and the oak tree that shaded the front yard. Rebecca was quiet but friendly, the type of neighbor who'd wave from her porch but rarely attended block parties. On Tuesday mornings, she'd water her plants while waiting for the mail. Her routine was so predictable that her elderly neighbor, Mrs. Abernathy, could set her clock by the sound of Rebecca's watering can knocking against the porch railing. But on the morning of October 17, 2023, Rebecca stood frozen on her porch, watering can suspended in midair, staring at the gleaming brass numbers affixed to the front of her house. She blinked several times, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. 316. It had always been 318, she was certain of it. The property documents, her mail, her driver's license, everything said 318 Maple Street. Yet there it was, unmistakable, a new, polished brass plate reading 316. Rebecca set down her watering can and approached the numbers. They were firmly attached, the screws looking weathered as if they'd been there for years. Her fingers traced the cool metal. This wasn't a prank sign hastily taped up. This was a permanent fixture. She glanced around the street. Mrs. Abernathy was retrieving her newspaper. 2 houses down, the miller's children waited for the school bus. "Morning, Rebecca," Mrs. Abernathy called, waving her newspaper. Rebecca hesitated before walking to the edge of her yard. "Mrs. Abernathy, what number is my house?" The older woman tilted her head, squinting slightly. 316, dear, same as it's always been." A chill ran through Rebecca despite the mild October morning. "Are you sure? I could have sworn it was 318. Mrs. Abernathy looked concerned. "No, dear, the Thompsons' place was 318 next door to you, but that house has been empty for, nearly 8 years now." Rebecca turned slowly to look at the house to her right, a deteriorating Victorian with an overgrown yard that she'd barely noticed in her time on Maple Street. In 4 years, she had registered it only as an empty property, the kind of place that neighborhood children would dare each other to approach on Halloween. "But my address, all my documents say 318, Rebecca insisted, her voice barely above a whisper. Mrs. Abernathy's expression shifted, a shadow passing over her face. "That's strange, dear. Perhaps you should check with the post office." As if summoned by their conversation, the mail truck rounded the corner. Rebecca waited anxiously as Jim, the mail carrier who'd worked the route for over 2 decades, made his way up the street. "Morning, ladies," he called cheerfully, sorting through his bag as he approached. "Jim," Rebecca said, cutting straight to the point, "what's my house number?" Jim looked up, his smile faltering slightly. 316 Maple, Ms. Winters." "It's always been 316. The mailman's weathered face grew serious. "Well, no, when you first moved in, your mail came addressed to 318. I delivered it that way for a while." He paused, eyes darting toward the abandoned house next door. "But we stopped delivering to 318 after the girl vanished." Rebecca felt the air leave her lungs. What girl? Jim and Mrs. Abernathy exchanged an uncomfortable glance. "Emily Thompson," Mrs. Abernathy finally said, her voice dropping lower. "She was 12 when she disappeared. The family moved away after a year of searching. No one's lived in that house since." "But that doesn't explain why my house number would change," Rebecca pressed. Jim shifted his weight, his mail bag suddenly seeming heavier. "About 3 years ago, the county did some kind of rezoning or renumbering. Something about emergency services having trouble with the sequence on this block." He didn't meet her eyes. "Your place officially became 316 then." Why wouldn't anyone tell me this? Rebecca asked, feeling a creeping sense of unreality. Jim shrugged uncomfortably. We assumed you knew. Your mail started coming as 316 around that time. But Rebecca knew her mail had continued to come addressed to 318. She received bills, packages, everything at 318 Maple Street. She had renewed her driver's license just 6 months ago, with 318 Maple Street printed clearly as her address. I have mail inside addressed to 318. From yesterday, she insisted. Neither Jim nor Mrs. Abernathy seemed eager to continue the conversation. Jim handed her a small stack of envelopes. Today's delivery, Ms. Winters. Rebecca glanced down. Every piece was addressed to Rebecca Winters, 316 Maple Street. That evening, Rebecca sat at her kitchen table, surrounded by spread-out mail from the past 4 years. Every envelope, every package label, every delivery notification read 318 Maple Street, until today. She had called the county records office earlier, only to be told that her property had always been officially listed as 316 Maple Street. When she mentioned the change, the clerk had no record of any renumbering initiative. Rebecca's laptop was open to a search page. She had been looking for information about Emily Thompson for hours, but found surprisingly little. A few brief news articles reported that Emily Thompson, 12, had vanished from her home at 318 Maple Street on June 7, 2015. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of abduction. The articles described her as a quiet girl who played the violin and liked to read on the porch swing. The investigation had gone cold quickly. The last article Rebecca could find was dated 3 months after Emily's disappearance, noting that police were still seeking leads. As darkness fell, Rebecca found herself drawn to her front window, staring at the shadowy outline of 318 Maple Street, the real 318, according to her neighbors. In the fading light, she could make out the sagging porch and boarded windows. Had she really never properly looked at it before? Something caught her eye, a faint glow from what appeared to be an upstairs window. Rebecca blinked, and it was gone. Sleep eluded her that night. Around 3 a.m., Rebecca found herself standing on her porch, flashlight in hand, staring at the new brass 316 on her house. She touched it again, running her finger along the edge. It caught on something, a seam. The brass plate wasn't one piece, but a cover. Heart-pounding, Rebecca worked her fingernail under the edge and pried. The brass cover popped off easily, revealing older numbers underneath. 318. Her breath caught. She hadn't been wrong. Her house had been 318, was still 318 beneath this new plate, but why would someone cover it, and when? A soft sound from next door drew her attention, something between a creak and a sigh. Rebecca's flashlight beam traveled slowly to the abandoned house. For just a moment, she thought she saw movement behind one of the boards covering a downstairs window. The next morning, Rebecca called in sick to her freelance job and drove to the Lakewood Public Library. The local history room contained archives of the town newspaper, and she spent hours scrolling through microfiche records from 2015. The articles about Emily's disappearance contained details that hadn't appeared in her online searches. Emily had last been seen reading on her front porch around 5 p.m. Her mother had called her in for dinner at 6, but she didn't respond. They found her book still open on the porch swing, but no sign of Emily. What struck Rebecca most were the quotes from neighbors. Mrs. Abernathy had told reporters that Emily was such a responsible child, never wandered off. The Millers had organized the first search party, and Jim, the mailman, had been quoted saying he'd seen Emily on her porch that afternoon and waved to her as he delivered mail to the new construction at 316. Rebecca read that line again, the new construction at 316. Her house. But that couldn't be right. The property records she'd been given when she purchased her home stated that the house had been built in 1943. It wasn't new construction in 2015. She found the librarian, a woman in her 60s named Martha, who had worked there for over 30 years. "I'm trying to understand something about Maple Street," Rebecca explained. "I live at," she hesitated, 316 now, but there seems to be some confusion about the house numbers. Martha's expression grew somber. "Ah, you're asking about the Thompson place." "Actually, I'm trying to understand about my house. Was it really new construction in 2015? Martha removed her glasses, cleaning them slowly with the hem of her cardigan. "There was no house at 316 before 2016, she said carefully. "After the tragedy, the city council approved a special permit. They built your place and changed some numbers around." She lowered her voice. "People wanted to forget. It's easier that way." "Forget what?" Rebecca pressed. Martha's eyes darted around the empty room. "They never found her, you know, the Thompson girl, but they found something else." She leaned closer. Under the floorboards of the porch, evidence that she wasn't the first. Rebecca felt her mouth go dry. Evidence of what? The previous owner, a man who lived alone, kept to himself. After Emily vanished, they searched his house too. Martha pursed her lips. He disappeared the same day Emily did. They found items belonging to other missing children from other towns. Rebecca's head spun with this new information. "But my house." "Your house was built on the same lot, dear. They tore down the original 318 after the investigation concluded, divided the property. The old Victorian became officially recognized as 318, though it had always been there with a different number. Your place became 316. Martha patted Rebecca's hand. "Most folks around here don't talk about it anymore." But this contradicted everything Rebecca had been told when purchasing the house, the history, the property records, everything. That night, Rebecca couldn't sleep again. Around midnight, she found herself in her bathroom, splashing cold water on her face, trying to make sense of what she'd learned. When she looked up at the mirror, she noticed something she'd never seen before, a faint seam in the wall behind her. It looked like a door that had been wallpapered over so carefully that she'd never noticed it in 4 years of living there. Heart-pounding, Rebecca touched the seam. Then, using a pair of scissors from the medicine cabinet, she carefully cut along it. Behind the wallpaper was indeed a door, small, more like a hatch, with an old brass handle. Rebecca hesitated. Part of her wanted to call the police right then. But what would she say? That her house number had mysteriously changed and she'd found a hidden door. She turned the handle. It gave way easily, revealing a narrow space, a small room, or perhaps a large closet. The air that escaped was stale. Rebecca reached for the light switch and flicked it on. The space was empty except for one thing, a small brass plate leaning against the far wall. "The house number, 316. The original 316, worn and tarnished with age. As Rebecca stared at it, she noticed something else, scratch marks on the inside of the door, as if someone had been trying to get out. On the wall, in what appeared to be faded pencil, was a child's handwriting. My name is Emily Thompson. I live at 318 Maple Street. If you find this, please tell my mom I'm sorry I went with the man who said he had a puppy at 316. Rebecca backed out of the space, the brass numbers falling from her trembling hands with a loud clang against the tile floor. As the sound echoed through her house, she heard something else, the unmistakable creak of her front porch steps. And then a soft knock at her door. 3 gentle taps followed by the voice of a young girl. "Excuse me, does 318 still live here? I've been trying to find my way home for a very long time." Crime 5, Megan Riley was the kind of woman everyone in Oakwood Heights described as put together. At 32, she had established herself as one of the most respected elementary school teachers in this quiet Oregon suburb. Parents requested her class for their children, colleagues sought her advice, and her apartment, a cozy 1-bedroom overlooking Pine Lake, was a testament to her organized nature. Every morning she followed the same routine. Wake at 5:30, meditate for 20 minutes, shower, prepare a protein smoothie, and be out the door by 6:45. Her friends often joked that you could set your watch by Megan's habits. She was predictable, but not in a boring way, rather, in a dependable way that made those around her feel secure. The only real spontaneity in her life was her art, watercolor paintings she created on weekends, mostly landscapes of the Pacific Northwest that she occasionally sold at local craft fairs. Megan had 2 tattoos she'd gotten in college, a small pine tree on her ankle representing her love for nature, and a semicolon on her wrist, a reminder of her victory over depression during her sophomore year. She hadn't added to her collection in nearly a decade, and often said those 2 were enough. On the morning of October 12, 2023, Megan's routine was disrupted when she noticed something unusual while drying off after her shower. There on her right hip was what appeared to be a fresh tattoo, a small, unfamiliar symbol consisting of 3 interconnected circles with a line running through them. The skin around it was slightly raised and reddened, consistent with recent tattooing. She stared at it in confusion, turning her body to get a better look in the mirror. The tattoo was small, no larger than a quarter, and precisely executed, but Megan had no memory of getting it, none whatsoever. Her first thought was that it wasn't real, perhaps a transfer or something a friend had drawn as a joke. She rubbed it with a washcloth, but the image remained firmly in place. When she touched it, she felt a slight tenderness, just as one would expect from fresh ink. Concerned but late for work, Megan applied a thin layer of petroleum jelly to the area, dressed quickly, and left for school. Throughout the day, she found herself distracted, periodically placing her hand over her hip, feeling the slight burn beneath her clothing. During her lunch break, she called her 2 closest friends, asking if they'd been out together recently, if she'd perhaps had too much to drink and made an impulsive decision. "Megan, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, said her friend Rachel, "and you've never had more than 2 glasses of wine in your life." That evening, increasingly disturbed, Megan photographed the symbol and posted it to several social media platforms, asking if anyone recognized it. For hours, she received only confused responses, friends asking if she was okay, if this was some kind of joke. Then, just before midnight, a direct message arrived from an account she didn't recognize, username Nightwatcher22. The message contained only one word, marked. Megan immediately replied, asking what the symbol meant, but within minutes, the account had been deleted. She tried searching for information about the symbol online, but found nothing matching its specific design. The next morning, Megan called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. She made an appointment with her doctor, who examined the tattoo with visible confusion. "This is definitely professional work," Dr. Lambert said, studying it closely. "High-quality ink, clean lines. I'd estimate it's 2 to 3 days old. You really don't remember getting this?" Megan shook her head, fighting back tears of frustration. "Have you experienced any other memory lapses, periods of time you can't account for?" the doctor asked, her tone carefully neutral. "No," Megan insisted. "I remember every day clearly. I wouldn't just forget getting a tattoo." Dr. Lambert ordered some basic blood tests and suggested Megan keep a detailed journal of her activities and any unusual experiences. She also recommended Megan consult with a neurologist, though she admitted this was mostly a precaution. Over the next week, Megan became increasingly paranoid. She installed a security camera in her apartment and began checking her phone for unfamiliar apps or evidence of tracking. She examined her credit card statements, looking for charges from tattoo parlors, but found nothing unusual. On October 22nd, 10 days after discovering the tattoo, Megan received a letter with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with typed text that read, "Others like you, Pine Heights Trail, November 1st, midnight." Her hands trembled as she set the letter down. She considered going to the police but hesitated. What would she tell them? That she had a tattoo she didn't remember getting and received a cryptic letter. It sounded absurd even to her. Instead, she drove to every tattoo parlor in a 30-mile radius, showing artists the symbol and asking if they recognized it or remembered tattooing her. None did, though several commented on the professional quality of the work. At the last shop she visited, a small place called Inked Memories on the edge of town, the owner, a heavily tattooed man in his 50s named Ray, studied the symbol with unusual intensity. "I haven't done this," he said slowly, "but I've seen it before." Megan's heart raced. "Where? What does it mean?" Ray shook his head. "About 3 months ago, a woman came in asking about this exact same symbol. Said she'd woken up with it and had no memory of getting it. I thought she was on something, to be honest." "Do you remember her name?" Megan asked, her mouth dry. "No, but she left her number, wanted me to call if I heard anything about it." He rifled through a drawer and produced a small piece of paper. "Here it is, Elise something." The phone number belonged to Elise Chambers, a 29-year-old dental hygienist who lived in Fairview, about 20 miles from Oakwood Heights. When Megan called, Elise answered on the first ring, as if she'd been waiting by the phone. They agreed to meet that afternoon at a coffee shop halfway between their towns. Elise arrived first, a slender woman with short dark hair and the same wary, exhausted look that Megan had seen in her own mirror for days. "Show me," Elise said without preamble. Megan discreetly lifted the edge of her shirt, revealing the symbol. Elise closed her eyes briefly, then nodded. "Same one, same place," she confirmed. "Mine appeared on August 3rd. Have you received an invitation yet?" "The letter about Pine Heights Trail." Elise nodded, stirring her untouched coffee. "I didn't go in August. I was too scared. Then I got another one for September and another for October. Each time I've been too afraid." "What do you think happens there?" Megan asked. "I don't know, but there are others. I've connected with 4 people online who have the same tattoo, who received the same invitation. None of them remember getting marked either." Has anyone gone? Elise's eyes darted around the calf before she lined in. One, a man named Daniel from Seattle. He went to the September meeting and hasn't been heard from since. His social media accounts are still active. Posts are being made, but his friends say the writing style isn't his. A chill ran through Megan. We need to go to the police. With what? A tattoo and a vague letter. They'll think we're making it up. One of us already tried. They took a report and did nothing. As October turned to November, Megan's paranoia intensified. She took time off work, installed additional locks on her doors, and began sleeping with the lights on. She and Elise spoke daily, sharing theories that ranged from drugging to elaborate pranks to more sinister conspiracies. The night of November 1st arrived, cold and clear. Against all better judgment, they had made a plan. They wouldn't go to Pine Heights Trail, a remote hiking path that wound through dense forest, but they would watch from a distance. Megan borrowed high-powered binoculars from a bird-watching colleague, and they parked Elise's car half a mile from the trailhead. At 11:30 p.m., they positioned themselves on a ridge overlooking the area specified in the letter. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then, at 11:52, headlights appeared. One car, then another, then three more in quick succession, all parking in the small lot at the trailhead. Through the binoculars, Megan counted 11 people emerging from the vehicles. They formed a loose circle, and though it was difficult to see clearly in the darkness, they appeared to be examining each other's hips, showing their marks, Megan realized with a rush of adrenaline. At exactly midnight, another vehicle arrived, a black SUV with tinted windows. A tall figure emerged, carrying what appeared to be a small case. The group fell silent as this person approached. "We should go," Elise whispered, tugging at Megan's sleeve. "This feels wrong." But Megan couldn't tear her eyes away. The tall figure was now addressing the group, gesturing toward the trail. One by one, the marked people followed this leader into the woods, disappearing from view. Suddenly, the tall figure paused and turned, looking directly toward the ridge where Megan and Elise were hiding, as if sensing their presence. Even from this distance, Megan felt exposed, seen. "Now," Elise hissed, "we go now." They retreated to the car and drove in tense silence. When they were safely back on the main highway, Elise finally spoke. "What do we do now?" Megan touched her hip, feeling the symbol through her clothing. "I don't know, but I'm not going back to my apartment." They checked into a motel under Elise's name, taking a room with 2 beds. Neither slept. At 3:17 a.m., both their phones chimed simultaneously with text messages from unknown numbers. The message was identical for both. "You were invited to join, not to observe. December 1st. Same location. Last chance." The investigation into what happened to Megan Riley and Elise Chambers remains open. Their phones were found in a motel room, alongside their personal belongings. Their vehicles were later discovered in the parking lot at Pine Heights Trail. Search parties combed the surrounding forest for weeks, but found no trace of either woman. On December 2nd, both women's social media accounts became active again, posting photos of everyday activities, a coffee cup, a sunset, a new book. Friends report that the writing style seems off, messages lack personal details, and neither woman has been seen in person since November 2nd. Most disturbing of all, in the month since their disappearance, police have received reports of at least 7 other individuals discovering unexplained tattoos, 3 interconnected circles with a line running through them, and subsequently vanishing after receiving mysterious invitations. The symbol remains unidentified. The markings continue to appear. And somewhere, perhaps, Megan and Elise are still searching for answers, or have become part of the answer themselves. Crime 6. She came out of the grocery store and found it, deep, jagged letters carved into her car's windshield. Her name. The cameras caught nothing, but someone had left a glove on the hood. Inside it, a single tooth. Rebecca Mills had always been described as unremarkable by those who knew her only in passing. At 32, she lived alone in a modest apartment in Holloway Creek, Pennsylvania, a town small enough that faces became familiar, but large enough that strangers didn't raise eyebrows. She worked as an administrator at the local community college, attended her nephew's baseball games on weekends, and occasionally joined coworkers for happy hour at the Copper Kettle on Main Street. Her life followed a gentle rhythm that rarely deviated. Every Wednesday at 5:30 p.m., she would stop at Pearson's Market on her way home from work, picking up groceries for the week ahead. The cashiers knew her by name, and she knew which checkout lanes moved fastest during the evening rush. This Wednesday in late October started like any other. The air had turned crisp, and leaves crunched beneath her sensible shoes as she crossed the parking lot. She spent 23 minutes in the store. Security footage would later confirm this detail with dispassionate precision, and emerged pushing her cart, preoccupied with a text from her sister about Thanksgiving plans. It wasn't until she was within a few feet of her blue Honda Civic that Rebecca noticed something wrong. At first, she thought the windshield had been damaged by falling branches, but as she drew closer, the randomness resolved into intent. Letters, deep, jagged grooves that spelled out REBCCA across the driver's side of the glass. Her stomach knotted as she looked around the parking lot. Families loading groceries, teenagers laughing near the cart return, normal scenes playing out under fluorescent lights, no one paying her any attention. Then she saw it, a black leather glove placed with deliberate care on the hood of her car. Something protruded slightly from inside it. Later, she would tell Detective Aaron Holcomb that she knew, even before looking, that she shouldn't touch it. But curiosity overrode caution. She used her car key to gently open the glove's fingers. A tooth, small and ivory-colored with a partial silver filling, resting in the palm of the glove like an offering. The first 48 hours of the investigation yielded frustratingly little. The security cameras at Pearson's Market had blind spots, the section where Rebecca's car was parked being one of them. No fingerprints were recovered from either the windshield or the glove. The tooth belonged to an adult, likely female, but DNA testing would take weeks. "Has anyone threatened you recently, Ms. Mills?" Detective Holcomb asked during their second interview. His office smelled of coffee and something vaguely medicinal. Rain tapped against the windows, matching the rhythm of Rebecca's fingers on her knee. "No," she answered, I don't have enemies." She paused, reconsidering. "At least I didn't think I did." Holcomb nodded, making a note in his small, leather-bound pad. "What about relationships? Anyone you've broken up with recently who might be holding a grudge?" "My last relationship ended over a year ago, Michael Denton. It was amicable. He moved to Seattle for work." The detective made another note, and Rebecca felt a sudden protective impulse toward her ex. He wouldn't do this. "We have to explore all possibilities," Holcomb said, offering a practiced smile meant to reassure but somehow achieving the opposite. "What about at work? Any conflicts or unusual interactions?" Rebecca started to shake her head, then stopped. "There was maybe nothing, but there's a student who's been coming to the administration office regularly, asking about his financial aid, but always when I'm at the desk. He waits even if other staff are free. She felt silly saying it aloud. His name is Liam Hirsch, probably just a coincidence. 3 days later, Rebecca received the first letter. It arrived in her mailbox, nestled between a phone bill and a supermarket flyer. The envelope was cream-colored, expensive-looking, with her name and address written in flowing calligraphy. No return address. Inside was a single sheet of matching stationery with 5 words centered on the page. "I've been watching you breathe." Rebecca didn't drop the paper or scream. Instead, a strange calm settled over her as she placed it carefully into a plastic bag. She'd watched enough crime shows to know about preserving evidence. She called Detective Holcomb, who arrived 40 minutes later, bringing with him a tall, severe-looking woman he introduced as Detective Eliza Ward. "This changes things," Ward said, examining the bagged letter. "This isn't random vandalism anymore. This is targeted harassment, potentially stalking." Her voice was matter-of-fact, neither alarming nor particularly comforting. "We'll need to install cameras at your residence, Ms. Mills, and I'd suggest staying with someone for a few days." Rebecca moved in with her sister's family temporarily. Cameras were installed at her apartment. The letter was sent to the lab, but yielded no fingerprints. Whoever sent it had been careful. The handwriting analysis was inconclusive, beyond suggesting it was likely written by someone with formal calligraphy training. Liam Hirsch was interviewed and eliminated as a suspect. He had been visiting his parents in Ohio the day Rebecca's windshield was vandalized, with multiple witnesses confirming his alibi. Michael Denton, the ex-boyfriend, was also cleared. He hadn't left Seattle in months, according to his employer and credit card records. A week passed, then another. Rebecca returned to her apartment, though she now drove different routes to work each day and had installed a security system that sent alerts to her phone. The tooth found in the glove was determined to belong to an adult woman, approximately 35-45 years old, but without a match in any database. Just as the intensity of the investigation began to wane, Rebecca received a second letter. This one arrived at work, placed directly into her desk drawer sometime during her lunch break. Same cream-colored paper, same elegant handwriting. The tooth was Angela's. She didn't need it anymore. Rebecca's hands trembled as she called Detective Ward. The community college was immediately searched, but again, nothing of significance was found. The security cameras in the administration building had experienced a technical malfunction during the hour Rebecca was at lunch. "Who is Angela?" Ward asked, sitting across from Rebecca in an empty classroom that had been commandeered as a temporary interview room. Outside, students moved between buildings, laughing and talking, unaware of the darkness unfolding nearby. "I don't know," Rebecca whispered. "I don't know anyone named Angela." Ward nodded slowly. "I think it's time we dig deeper into your past, Ms. Mills. Sometimes these things connect to events we've forgotten or people we knew only briefly." The investigation expanded, reaching back through Rebecca's life year by year. Her college roommates were contacted, former neighbors interviewed. Even her elementary school records were examined for any mention of an Angela who might have intersected with her life. Nothing, until Detective Holcomb made a connection that sent a chill through everyone involved. 3 years earlier, in a town 60 miles away, a woman named Angela Winters had disappeared while walking home from a restaurant. Her case had gone cold, no body, no suspects, no resolution. Her dental records showed she had several fillings, including one that matched the tooth left on Rebecca's car. The most disturbing part, Rebecca had never met her, had never even been to the town where Angela disappeared. There was no connection between them that anyone could find. Then came the third letter, left on Rebecca's pillow while she showered one evening, somehow bypassing both her locked doors and security system. You're wondering how I got in, the same way I got out of your dreams. As fall deepened into winter, Rebecca's life contracted. She took a leave of absence from work, stayed with her sister, then a cousin, then in a hotel under a false name. She changed her phone number, deleted her social media accounts, became, intentionally, a ghost. The investigation continued, but with diminishing returns. Angela Winter's family was shown Rebecca's photo. They had never seen her before. Records indicated Rebecca had been attending a professional development conference 200 miles away when Angela disappeared. No further letters arrived, no more teeth were found. The windshield had long since been replaced, the glove and letters stored in evidence lockers gathering dust. Slowly, cautiously, Rebecca began to reclaim fragments of her former life. She returned to work part-time, moved into a new apartment in a secure building, dyed her hair and started using her middle name Lynn with new acquaintances. 6 months passed, then on a Wednesday evening, Rebecca no longer shopped at Pearson's Market, but old habits resurfaced occasionally. She found herself passing through the same parking lot where it had all begun. She glanced at the spot where her car had been that day, half expecting to feel some residual dread. Instead, she noticed a man watching her from beside a pickup truck. Middle-aged, unremarkable, dressed in the beige uniform of a delivery service she didn't recognize. Their eyes met briefly before he looked down, busying himself with packages in the truck bed. Something about his movement struck her as familiar, not the man himself, but the careful precision of his hands as he arranged boxes. The deliberate way he placed things exactly where he wanted them, like a glove on a car hood, like a letter on a pillow. Rebecca kept walking, her pace steady, her breathing controlled. She didn't run or call out. She simply memorized his face, the truck, the company name on his uniform. That evening she called Detective Ward, who listened without interruption before saying she would look into it immediately. The delivery company confirmed they had an employee matching the description, Glenn Mercer, 15 years with the company, spotless record, divorced, no children, lived alone in a house on the outskirts of town. When questioned, Mercer denied any knowledge of Rebecca Mills or Angela Winters. His house revealed nothing suspicious. His alibi for the day of the windshield incident checked out. He had been making deliveries across town, confirmed by GPS tracking on his company vehicle. The investigation stalled once more. And yet Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling of recognition, not of his face, but of something more fundamental, something in how he moved, how he watched, how he seemed to occupy space. 3 weeks later, after Rebecca had almost convinced herself she was imagining connections that didn't exist, Detective Ward called. Angela Winter's case had been reopened based on new evidence. A witness had come forward with information about seeing a delivery truck near where Angela was last seen. The case was still developing, but there might finally be progress. Rebecca hung up the phone and went to her bedroom window, looking out at the street below. Night had fallen, but the streetlights cast pools of yellow illumination on the sidewalk. Everything was quiet, normal. Except for the cream-colored envelope that had been slipped under her door while she was on the phone. She didn't need to open it to know what it would say. Somehow, she already knew the words written inside in that perfect, flowing script. I'll be watching you breathe for a long time to come. Some cases are solved, others simply go dormant, waiting for the right moment to reawaken. For Rebecca Mills, the mystery of why she had been chosen, why her name had been scratched into glass that cold October evening, would remain unanswered. But in the silence of her apartment, as she stared at the unopened envelope on her floor, she understood with absolute certainty that answers and safety were not the same thing. That knowing why might be less important than knowing when to run. She left town that night, telling no one where she was going. The envelope remained on her floor, unopened. In the years that followed, 3 more women in 3 different states would find their names scratched into their windshields. Each would find a glove containing a single tooth. Each would receive letters in flowing calligraphy. And somewhere, a man in a delivery uniform would arrange his packages with deliberate care, placing each one exactly where he wanted it to be. Crime 7, the vintage Polaroid SX70 sat on Melissa Caldwell's bookshelf for nearly 3 years. She had found it at an estate sale in Deerfield, Massachusetts, back in October 2018, a beautiful relic from the 1970s with its iconic folding design and leather exterior. The only problem was that it was missing its lens component, rendering it useless as an actual camera. For Melissa, a 34-year-old librarian at the local community college, this imperfection was precisely what made the camera special. It was purely decorative, a conversation piece that complemented her mid-century modern apartment aesthetic. Melissa lived alone in a second-floor apartment in a converted Victorian house on Maple Street. Her life followed a comfortable rhythm: work at the library during the week, dinner with her sister Sarah every Thursday, volunteer shifts at the animal shelter on Saturdays, and quiet Sundays spent reading or taking photographs with her actual working cameras. She was known for being reliable, punctual, and organized, the kind of person neighbors described as pleasantly predictable. Friends often commented on Melissa's apartment, which she had meticulously curated with vintage finds and carefully selected decorative pieces. The broken Polaroid was just one of many objects that told a story without being functional. "Not everything needs to serve a purpose," she would say when visitors pointed out the camera's missing lens. "Sometimes beauty is enough." On the morning of February 12, 2022, that philosophy, along with Melissa's sense of security and understanding of reality, was shattered forever. It began with a simple deviation from routine. Melissa woke up at 6:18 a.m. instead of her usual 6:30. The 18 minutes shouldn't have mattered, but in the strange calculus of fate, they changed everything. Making her way to the kitchen for her morning coffee, she noticed something unusual on the bookshelf in her living room. Beneath the old Polaroid camera sat a small stack of photographs, actual Polaroid prints with the distinctive white borders. At first, Melissa assumed she had placed them there herself and forgotten. She had a collection of vintage photographs that she occasionally rotated throughout her apartment, but as she approached the shelf and picked up the stack, confusion gave way to a creeping dread that would never fully leave her. The top photograph showed her kitchen. Not a kitchen from decades past, but her kitchen with the distinctive blue teapot she had purchased just last month sitting on the stove. The second image showed her bedroom, with her unmade bed exactly as she had left it the previous night. The third was of her bathroom, the shower curtain half open, revealing her collection of shampoo bottles. There were 7 photographs in total, each depicting a different corner of her apartment, all clearly taken within the past day or so. I stood there holding these impossible pictures, not breathing, not moving, Melissa later told Detective James Howell. It was like time stopped while my brain tried to process what I was seeing. The photographs were all perfectly focused, properly exposed, and framed with an almost artistic precision. And they had all been taken from angles that suggested the photographer had been standing in spots where Melissa would have noticed someone in the middle of her hallway, beside her bed, directly in front of her bathroom mirror. But the most disturbing detail was the timestamp. Each Polaroid automatically printed the date and time at the bottom, February 11, 2022, with times ranging from 2:14 a.m. to 5:36 a.m. Hours when Melissa had been asleep in her bed, alone in her locked apartment. After several minutes of paralyzed shock, Melissa did what many people would do. She checked all the locks on her doors and windows. Everything was secure, just as she had left it the night before. No signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been in her home. The camera itself offered no explanations. It still had no lens, still couldn't possibly function. She turned it over in her hands, feeling sick as she examined every inch of the device. It was exactly as it had been since the day she brought it home, a beautiful, broken antique incapable of taking photographs. Melissa called her sister Sarah, who arrived 30 minutes later. Sarah's initial reaction was skepticism. "Are you sure you didn't take these yourself? Maybe as some kind of art project you forgot about." But as Sarah examined the photographs more closely, she noticed something neither of them could explain. In the photo of Melissa's bedroom, visible in the mirror on her closet door, was what appeared to be a dark, shadowy figure standing in the corner. The police arrived at 9:45 a.m. Officer Thomas Reed took the initial report, visibly uncomfortable with the situation. He suggested perhaps someone had accessed her apartment while she was out and placed the photos there as some kind of prank. But Melissa rarely left her apartment except for work and scheduled activities, and she was fanatical about locking her doors. Detective James Howell was assigned to the case the following day. A 20-year veteran of the force, he had a reputation for handling unusual cases with a mix of skepticism and open-mindedness. "I've seen people go to extraordinary lengths to frighten others," he told Melissa. "Let's start with the facts and work our way toward an explanation." The investigation began with a canvass of neighbors. Had anyone seen unusual activity around Melissa's apartment? Had anyone noticed strangers in the building? The answers were consistently negative. Madison Green, who lived across the hall, mentioned hearing what sounded like someone walking heavily in the hallway around 1 a.m., but she assumed it was another neighbor returning home late. Fingerprint analysis of the photographs revealed only Melissa's prints and partial prints matching her sister Sarah. The Polaroid camera itself had Melissa's prints, some older smudged prints likely from the previous owner, and most disturbingly, a single, clear thumbprint on the inside of the camera's film compartment that matched no one in the system. "Whoever left this print open the camera," Detective Howell explained. "They would have had to unfold it and access the internal mechanism. But here's what I can't figure out. There's no way to load film into this model without the lens component. It's part of the same assembly. You can't have one without the other." A forensic photography expert, Dr. Elaine Turner from the State Crime Lab, examined both the camera and the photographs on February 18th. Her conclusion was definitive. These photographs were absolutely taken with a Polaroid SX70 camera. The chemical composition, exposure characteristics, and film stock are all consistent with that model. However, I cannot explain how they were produced using a camera missing its lens assembly. As the investigation continued, more disturbing elements emerged. The 7 photographs were analyzed for any clues about the photographer. Dr. Turner noted that based on the perspective, Most of the images appeared to be taken from a height of approximately 62 to 64, significantly taller than Melissa's 55 frame. The shadowy figure captured in the bedroom mirror became a focal point. Enhanced imaging revealed what appeared to be a tall person wearing dark clothing, but the resolution was too poor to identify specific features. It could be a person, Dr. Turner admitted, or it could be a combination of objects creating a pareidolia effect when our brains interpret random patterns as significant images, particularly faces or human forms. Then came the discovery that changed the trajectory of the investigation. While examining Melissa's apartment for a second time, Detective Howell noticed something about the vintage camera that had been overlooked. Using a specialized light, he detected what appeared to be microscopic scratches around the front housing where the lens assembly would normally be attached. Someone tampered with this camera, he concluded. These aren't normal wear patterns. These are tool marks consistent with someone removing and replacing components. A more thorough examination revealed tiny, sophisticated modifications to the camera's interior. Hidden behind the bellows was a miniature wireless receiver, so small it had been missed during the initial inspection. The camera had been converted into what was essentially a remote control for something else, potentially a hidden camera system. We think someone modified this camera to serve as a trigger device, Detective Howell explained to a bewildered Melissa. When you handle it or move it, it sends a signal to another camera hidden somewhere in your apartment. A systematic search revealed nothing initially. It wasn't until March 3rd, nearly 3 weeks after the incident, that investigators discovered a series of pinhole cameras ingeniously concealed within Melissa's apartment. One was hidden in a smoke detector, another behind a vent cover, and a third, most disturbingly, inside the hollow base of a floor lamp Melissa had purchased online 6 months earlier. These cameras were sophisticated, with wireless capabilities and motion activation features. They could be programmed to capture images at specific times and transfer them to a receiver. But they weren't Polaroid cameras, which raised the question, where had the physical Polaroid photographs come from? The breakthrough came from Madison Green, the neighbor who had heard footsteps the night before the photographs appeared. During a follow-up interview, she mentioned something she hadn't thought important initially. About a month ago, I saw someone in the basement laundry room who I didn't recognize. A tall man in dark clothes who said he was checking the water heater. I assumed he was from maintenance. The building's superintendent confirmed that no maintenance work had been scheduled during that period. Security camera footage from the convenience store across the street showed a tall figure entering the building at 1:08 a.m. on February 12th, carrying what appeared to be a messenger bag. The same figure exited at 5:42 a.m. Based on this timeline and evidence, investigators pieced together a theory. Someone had gained access to Melissa's building, possibly obtaining a key during the previous visit Madison had witnessed. They had installed hidden cameras in her apartment over time, replacing harmless objects with modified versions. The old Polaroid camera on her shelf had been modified to serve as a control device. On the night of February 11th, the intruder returned, used the hidden cameras to take digital photographs of Melissa's apartment while she slept, and then printed them as Polaroid-style images using a portable printer designed to mimic the distinctive Polaroid format. They placed these photos beneath the vintage camera as a way of announcing their presence, a psychological game meant to terrify. But why and who? The investigation took an unexpected turn when police identified the fingerprint from inside the camera. It belonged to Eric Daniels, a 42-year-old camera technician who worked at a photography shop where Melissa had taken her actual cameras for maintenance. Daniels had a minor criminal record, a voyeurism charge from 2016 that had been reduced to disorderly conduct through a plea agreement. When police arrived at Daniels' apartment, they found it empty. Evidence suggested he had left in a hurry, drawers left open, closets emptied. In a hidden compartment beneath his bathroom sink, investigators discovered dozens of photographs similar to those found in Melissa's apartment, but depicting different living spaces, different rooms, different people, all apparently unaware they were being photographed. We've identified 8 other potential victims so far, Detective Howell told Melissa in April. All women who had brought cameras to the shop where Daniels worked. He appears to have been doing this for years, becoming increasingly sophisticated with his methods. Despite a multi-state search, Eric Daniels was never found. His car was discovered abandoned near the Canadian border 2 weeks after the search of his apartment. International alerts were issued, but as of today, he remains at large. For Melissa Caldwell, the resolution brought little comfort. She moved from her apartment within a month, unable to feel safe in spaces that had been so thoroughly violated. The knowledge that someone had watched her, had been inside her most intimate spaces while she slept, had fundamentally altered her relationship with the world around her. I look at everyday objects differently now, she told a victim's advocate during a support group session. I wonder what they're hiding, what they're seeing. That broken camera wasn't just a decorative object, it was a message waiting to be received. A wolf in sheep's clothing sitting in plain sight. The case of the old camera with no lens remains technically open but inactive. Somewhere perhaps Eric Daniels continues his voyeuristic obsessions with new victims, new spaces, new ways of watching. And Melissa Caldwell continues rebuilding her sense of security, one trusted object at a time, in a world that now feels permanently altered by the knowledge that sometimes the things watching us are the things we chose to bring home ourselves. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the case lies not in what was discovered, but in what remains unknown. How many other modified cameras sit on how many other shelves, in how many other homes, waiting to reveal their impossible photographs. Crime 8, Sarah Winters moved into the old Victorian home on Maple Street in the quiet town of Glen Haven, Connecticut, in the fall of 2017. The house had been a steal, too good of a deal to pass up, her realtor had insisted. Built in 1892, it sat on a generous plot of land, surrounded by elm trees whose branches reached toward the slate-gray roof like skeletal fingers. Sarah was 32, recently divorced, and eager for a fresh start. A graphic designer who worked remotely, she saw the creaky floors and dated wallpaper as challenges rather than deterrents. The spacious bedroom on the second floor, with its bay window overlooking the garden, would make a perfect office space. During the first month, Sarah settled into a comfortable routine. She would wake around 7, make coffee in the antique kitchen, and work until sunset. Neighbors described her as friendly but private, the kind of person who would wave from her porch but rarely initiated conversations. Those who did speak with her noted her soft laugh and the way she would absently twist a strand of her auburn hair while listening. The peculiarities of the house didn't trouble Sarah at first. Old houses had character, after all. The slight temperature drop in the hallway, the way certain doors wouldn't quite close, these were quirks she learned to live with. But the wall in her bedroom was different. Located directly behind her bed, the wall had an odd texture. The previous owners had covered it with a pale blue wallpaper that never quite looked right in any light. Sometimes it appeared almost gray, other times with a slight greenish tinge. Sarah had planned to redecorate eventually, but hadn't gotten around to it yet. On November 12th, after a particularly stressful day of client calls, Sarah was preparing for bed when she noticed what looked like a water stain on the wall. Assuming it was from the rainstorm the previous night, she approached and ran her hand over the discoloration. Her fingers came away wet, not with water, but with something dark and viscous that smeared across her palm like paint. Under the harsh light of her bedside lamp, Sarah realized with growing horror that the substance was red, a deep, oxidized red that looked disturbingly like blood. Panicking, Sarah scrubbed her hand clean in the bathroom sink. When she returned to the bedroom, the wall appeared normal again, no stain, no moisture. Convinced she had imagined it, she took a sleeping pill and went to bed. The next morning, Sarah convinced herself she had been overtired. There was no stain, no blood, but that night and the next, the same phenomenon occurred. Touch the wall, and her fingers would come away with the same dark red substance. Yet there was never any visible damage to the wall itself. After a week of this unsettling experience, Sarah called a local contractor, Dale Harmon, a 60-year-old man with weathered hands and a reputation for honest work. He arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, listened to her explanation with a neutral expression, and examined the wall without comment. "Ma'am," he said finally, "this wall shouldn't be here. According to the original floor plan, this room was larger." Dale suspected a previous owner had erected the wall, perhaps to create a smaller bedroom from a larger one. He offered to remove it, and Sarah, eager to solve the mystery, agreed. The work began the next day. Dale and his assistant carefully stripped away the wallpaper, revealing drywall beneath. As they removed the drywall, Dale's expression changed from professional curiosity to concern. Behind the drywall was not the expected wooden frame, but a solid concrete wall. And carved into the concrete were names, dozens of them, etched in various handwriting styles. Some appeared decades old, others more recent. And at the bottom of the list, still looking freshly carved, was Sarah's own name, followed by a single word, soon. Dale immediately called the police. Detective Marcus Reynolds, a veteran officer with 23 years on the force, arrived within the hour. His typically stoic demeanor faltered when he saw the wall of names. "We need to break through this," he said quietly. The process took hours. As the concrete wall came down piece by piece, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further. Behind the concrete was a small, sealed space, almost like a closet, but too narrow for practical use. Inside, they found a collection of personal items: a hairbrush with strands of hair still caught in the bristles, a woman's watch stopped at 3:17, a child's drawing faded with age, and a stack of driver's licenses with names matching those carved into the wall. Sarah's license, which she had reported missing 3 weeks earlier, lay on top of the pile. Record search revealed a disturbing history that the realtor had conveniently omitted. Between 1974 and 2016, 7 previous owners of the house had disappeared without a trace. Each had lived alone. Each had reported strange occurrences to friends or family, odd noises, misplaced items, disturbing dreams before vanishing. The cases had never been connected because they occurred years apart, spanning multiple generations of local law enforcement. The most recent disappearance had been Jennifer Larson, a 34-year-old nurse who had purchased the house in 2015 and vanished in April 2016. The house had remained empty until Sarah bought it. As investigators dug deeper into the property's history, they discovered that the original owner, Edward Blackwood, had been a wealthy businessman with rumored connections to several missing persons cases in the 1890s. Though never charged, local gossip had painted him as a man with dark secrets. After his death in 1921, the house had passed through multiple owners, none staying longer than a few years. A forensic analysis of the space behind the wall revealed microscopic blood residue from at least 5 different individuals. The concrete wall itself was estimated to be only about 20 years old, suggesting that whoever had created the hidden space had done so relatively recently. What troubled investigators most was the lack of physical evidence pointing to any specific suspect. The house had been sold through traditional channels. No suspicious individuals had been seen entering or leaving the property. The personal items found in the space showed no fingerprints other than those of their owners. In the weeks following the discovery, Sarah stayed with friends, unable to return to the house. Police maintained a constant presence at the property as they methodically took the place apart, searching for additional evidence. During this time, Detective Reynolds noticed something odd in the photographs of previous owners hanging in the local historical society. In the background of several images spanning decades, the same indistinct figure appeared, a tall, slender person whose face was always just out of focus or turned away from the camera. When he pointed this out to the society's curator, the elderly woman went pale. "That's not possible," she whispered. "Those pictures were taken years apart." As the investigation continued, Sarah received an anonymous letter containing a single newspaper clipping from 1892 announcing Edward Blackwood's purchase of the property. In the grainy photograph, Blackwood stood proudly before his new home. Sarah's blood ran cold as she recognized his face. It was Dale Harmon, the contractor who had first discovered the wall. But Dale Harmon had an alibi for the times of the previous disappearances. His identity checked out. His business had been operating in Glenhaven for only 15 years. There was no possible way he could be Edward Blackwood, a man dead for nearly a century. Yet when police went to question Dale again, they discovered his business address was vacant, had been vacant, according to neighboring shops, for at least 2 years. His home address led to an empty lot. His contractor's license number belonged to a man who had died in 1998. Dale Harmon, it seemed, didn't exist. The names on the wall remained the only tangible evidence of a pattern spanning more than a century. Sarah's name, the most recent addition, served as a warning she had heeded just in time. The question that haunted both her and investigators was how her name had gotten there, carved into concrete behind drywall in a house where she had lived for barely a month. The house on Maple Street stands empty today. Sarah never returned, forfeiting her investment rather than spend another night under that roof. The investigation remains open but inactive, filed among the cold cases that gather dust in the Glenhaven Police Department. Sometimes locals report seeing lights in the upstairs window, the bay window of what was once Sarah's bedroom. But when police respond, they find the house securely locked, empty and still, with no signs of disturbance. And in the Historical Society, the curator has noticed something new in the old photographs of the house. In some of them, barely visible in the second-floor window, is the silhouette of a woman with auburn hair twisted around her finger, looking out at a world she can no longer reach. Crime 9, she didn't own a tape recorder, but there it was, a handheld device tucked beneath the silverware. She pressed play. A voice whispered, "We practiced this. You know what to say when they come." It was her voice, and she had no memory of ever saying it. Marion Parker had always been known as the most organized woman in Lakeside Heights, Minnesota. Friends would describe her as meticulous, reliable, even predictable. At 42, her life had settled into comfortable patterns. Coffee at 6:15 a.m., the morning shift at the local library where she'd worked for 18 years, then home by 5:30 p.m. sharp. On Tuesdays, she attended her book club. On Fridays, she had dinner with her younger sister, Caroline. Caroline would later tell investigators that her sister never forgot anything. Marion kept handwritten calendars, color-coded by activity type. She maintained detailed journals dating back to high school. She knew the birthday of every cousin, the anniversary of every friend. Her mind was like a steel trap, which made the events of October 17, 2023, all the more disturbing. That crisp autumn Tuesday began like any other. Security footage from the Lakeside Heights Library showed Marion arriving at 7:48 a.m., 12 minutes before opening. She nodded to the security guard, hung her beige coat in the staff room, and began sorting through returns. According to her colleagues, nothing seemed unusual about her behavior. She helped an elderly patron find a mystery novel around noon, said Diane Lester, a fellow librarian. Then she ate her lunch, always the same chicken salad sandwich, at her desk while reading. The afternoon passed uneventfully. At 5:17 p.m., Marion logged out of the library system, collected her coat, and walked to her car. The security camera caught her final wave to the janitor as she left. It would be the last normal moment anyone would report. What happened between 5:17 p.m. and 8:43 p.m. when Caroline discovered her sister's front door standing ajar remains partially obscured. The police report indicates Marion's car was parked in its usual spot. Nothing appeared disturbed in the front rooms of her small bungalow. The television was off. No signs of forced entry were detected. But Caroline knew immediately something was wrong. Marion never left her door unlocked, let alone open. "Hello," Caroline had called, stepping cautiously into the silent house. "Mari." The kitchen light was on. A half-prepared cup of tea sat on the counter, the tea bag still wrapped in its paper. Marion's purse rested on the kitchen table, her phone beside it. Caroline checked the bedroom, the bathroom, even the small basement. Nothing seemed out of place, yet Marion was nowhere to be found. No note, no message. Only that abandoned cup of tea suggesting her sister had been interrupted mid-gesture. It was while looking for a possible explanation that Caroline opened the kitchen drawer containing silverware and cooking utensils. Beneath the neatly organized forks and spoons lay an old cassette recorder, the kind popular in the 1990s. Caroline didn't recognize it as belonging to her sister. When questioned later, she said something compelled her to press play. The voice that emerged from the tiny speaker was unmistakably Marion's, but whispered urgent, "We practiced this, you know what to say when they come." Then silence. Caroline immediately called the police. Detective Marcus Harding arrived at 9:37 p.m. By then, Caroline had searched the house more thoroughly. She'd found nothing else unusual except for the strange detail that all of Marion's journals, which normally filled a bookshelf in her bedroom, were missing. Every single one. The recorder wasn't dusty or old-looking, Detective Harding noted in his report. The batteries worked. No fingerprints other than the sisters' and the missing woman's were found on it. The investigation broadened. Marion's colleagues at the library were interviewed. Her few ex-boyfriends were contacted. Her bank records and phone logs were analyzed. Nothing suggested plans to disappear. No unusual withdrawals or calls to unfamiliar numbers. 3 days after her disappearance, something unexpected occurred. Marion's neighbor, Ruth Gleason, came forward with information. The elderly woman lived across the street and had a habit of watching the neighborhood from her front window. "I saw Marion come home that evening," Ruth told Detective Harding. "She went inside like normal, but about 20 minutes later she came out again with a man. They got into his car and drove away." When asked to describe the man, Ruth's account became frustratingly vague. "Average height, wearing a dark jacket, maybe with a beard. My eyesight isn't what it used to be." The most unsettling part of Ruth's statement was her description of Marion's behavior. She seemed fine, calm, like she knew him, but I'd never seen him before at her house, and I notice everything. Security cameras from nearby businesses failed to capture useful images of the vehicle. No one else reported seeing Marion with a man that evening. 1 week passed, then 2. Marion's case began generating interest beyond Lakeside Heights. Local news covered her disappearance. Online forums speculated wildly. The mysterious recording became a focal point of public fascination. Then came the first letter. It arrived at Caroline's home in a plain white envelope, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. "She's safe. She's where she chose to be. Stop looking." Handwriting analysis confirmed the address had been written by Marion herself. Caroline refused to believe her sister had staged her own disappearance. "She would never put me through this," she insisted to Detective Harding. "And what about that recording? That wasn't Marion's normal voice. She sounded afraid." The investigation took another turn when police obtained footage from a gas station 30 miles north of Lakeside Heights. The grainy video showed a woman resembling Marion purchasing coffee and snacks at 11:42 p.m. on the night of her disappearance. She appeared to be alone and showed no signs of distress. When shown the footage, Caroline's reaction was mixed. "That's her coat, her way of standing, but something's off about how she's moving, like she's performing." Detective Harding noted the woman in the footage never looked directly at the camera, keeping her face partially obscured. 3 weeks after Marion vanished, librarian Diane Lester discovered something peculiar. While reorganizing the reference section, she found a book on dissociative disorders with a bookmark inside. The bookmark was handwritten in what she recognized as Marion's neat script. "If not me, then who?" The message meant nothing to Diane, but when brought to Detective Harding's attention, it opened a new line of inquiry. Had Marion been experiencing psychological issues unknown to those close to her? Her medical records showed no history of mental health treatment. Her browser history revealed no searches related to psychological disorders or disappearances. Her life appeared, by all measurable metrics, completely ordinary. Except for one detail that emerged during Caroline's third interview. When pressed about her sister's childhood, Caroline hesitated before mentioning a period when Marion was 17, when she'd changed for a while. She became withdrawn, stopped journaling for about 6 months. Our parents took her to a doctor, but she never told me what for. After that summer, she went back to being her organized self again. We never spoke about it. Hospital records from that period had been destroyed in a database migration years earlier. 4 months after Marion's disappearance, a second letter arrived. This one contained only 5 words: "Listen to the tape again." Caroline and Detective Harding reviewed the recording once more, this time using enhanced audio equipment. After Marion's whispered message, we practiced this. You know what to say when they come. They detected something barely audible, the sound of a page turning. The investigation continues. Marion Parker remains missing. The recordings and letters have yielded no further clues to her whereabouts. The kitchen drawer where the recorder was found has been examined multiple times, revealing nothing unusual beyond the device itself. Caroline still lives in Lakeside Heights, waiting. She keeps her sister's house exactly as it was, convinced Marion will return or leave another message. Detective Harding checks in weekly, though the case has gone cold. And somewhere, perhaps, Marion's missing journals hold the answer to a question no one thought to ask. Who was she practicing for, and what did she know was coming? The recorder remains in police evidence, its purpose unclear, its message unresolved. Just like the disappearance of the woman who never forgot anything, until perhaps she needed to. Story 10. The parcel arrived without a trace of its origins, no signs of where it had journeyed from. A nondescript cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, found its way to Sarah Miller's doorstep. It seemed misplaced, not intended for her, with a name that did not belong to anyone she knew, Daniel Whitaker. Despite the mismatch, curiosity whispered to her, urging her to unveil the mystery within. She hesitated, knowing she should have disregarded the package, left it untouched. Yet the allure of the unknown beckoned her closer. With a delicate hand, she peeled back the tape, envisioning mundane contents nestled inside. Instead, her eyes met a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing the cryptic message, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette, its weight an unsettling presence in her hands, as if carrying the burden of concealed secrets. Her fingertips explored the edges, tracing the imperfections etched into the worn casing. The handwritten note spoke of urgency, each stroke etched with a depth of emotion that lingered in the air. As she stood in her kitchen, the backdrop of normalcy enveloped her, the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children playing, the gentle hum of a lawnmower. Unaware of the enigma that had just entered her world, the suburban setting continued its daily rhythm. Bringing the mysterious package indoors, Sarah placed it on her counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The unfamiliar name, Daniel Whitaker, tugged at her curiosity. In her years of residing in the house, mail for this unknown individual had never crossed her path. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to the neighborhood, leaving behind no trace of a Daniel Whitaker. A battle ensued within Sarah, a clash between her inquisitiveness and a growing unease. Her gaze shifted to the VCR, a relic of the past that now held the key to unraveling the enigma before her. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the VCR. Static danced across the screen, gradually morphing into a dimly lit room illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle hinted at haste, capturing a man seated in a chair, his features initially veiled by shadows. In a soft, steady voice, the man identified himself as Daniel Whitaker, setting the stage for a tale of deception and desperation. His weary countenance, marked by sleepless nights and unwavering resolve, unveiled a story of innocence shrouded in suspicion. As he recounted his narrative, Sarah was drawn deeper into the mystery, a tale of a wrongful accusation, a fabricated narrative designed to incriminate an innocent man. The man on the screen spoke of Catherine Walsh, a victim of a twisted game of manipulation and deceit. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, painting a portrait of a man caught in a web of lies spun by unseen forces. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit as well, faced with a case that defied conventional logic. The emergence of multiple tapes, each bearing the same plea for justice from Daniel Whitaker, unraveled a conspiracy that transcended mere criminality. As Ramirez delved deeper, the pieces of the puzzle began to align an intricate scheme orchestrated by powerful entities with a vested interest in silencing the truth. The revelation of Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp shed light on the sinister machinations at play. Her quest for justice had led to her untimely demise, a tragic consequence of her unwavering pursuit of truth. As Ramirez connected the dots, a pattern emerged, a carefully orchestrated plan to frame an innocent man and bury the damning evidence against the pharmaceutical giant. Sarah Miller found herself at the epicenter of the unfolding drama, a key player in a narrative that transcended her own reality. The arrival of a second package, laden with incriminating documents, propelled the investigation forward, exposing the dark underbelly of corporate greed and deception. With each revelation, the truth began to unravel, pulling back the veil on a conspiracy that threatened to consume all in its path. In a quiet storage unit, the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing the extent of the treachery that had ensnared Daniel Whitaker. The journal, the files, the meticulously crafted plan all pointed to a malevolent force determined to protect its interests at any cost. Justice, elusive yet unwavering, prevailed in the face of overwhelming odds as the perpetrators were brought to account for their crimes. As the dust settled, Sarah Miller and Daniel Whitaker stood face to face, two souls united by a shared journey of discovery and redemption. In the stillness of that moment, they found solace in the realization that sometimes the path to truth lies in the most unexpected of places. The VHS tapes, once symbols of deceit and manipulation, now stood as testaments to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light will find its way through the shadows. Story 11. In the hushed stillness of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere glitch in the digital veil that connected mother to child. At first, the mother, wrapped in the cozy embrace of slumber, paid it no mind, attributing it to mere interference in the unseen currents of technology. But then, as if stirred by an unseen hand, the audio crackled and a voice, soft as a breath of wind, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." In an instant, a shiver raced down the mother's spine, her heart quickening in her chest like a drumbeat of warning. With trembling hands and feet that seemed to move of their own accord, she hurried to her son's room, the darkness clinging to her like a cloak of dread. As she flung open the door, her eyes wide with terror, she beheld an empty crib, bathed in the soft glow of the night light. The window stood closed, the door remained locked, yet in the center of the room, a lone figure lay discarded on the floor, a stuffed rabbit, its once cherished features now eerie in the dim light, its glassy black eyes fixed upon her in silent accusation. Rebecca, the mother, would later recount to the investigators the primal scream that tore from her throat, a cry of despair and disbelief that echoed through the stillness of the night. The neighbors, roused from their own slumber, called for help, their voices carrying the weight of fear and confusion. And when the authorities arrived, drawn by the urgency of the situation, they found Rebecca clutching the stuffed rabbit, her world unraveling at the seams as she rocked back and forth on the nursery floor, lost in a nightmare made real. The disappearance of 4-month-old Samuel defied all logic and reason. The initial threads of the investigation led to dead ends, like a labyrinth with no escape. There were no signs of forced entry, no disturbances in the tranquil facade of the home. The security system, a silent sentinel in the night, remained steadfast in its duty. And yet a child had vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only questions and a mother's shattered heart. Suspicion, that insidious specter, cast its shadow upon Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business, loomed like a phantom in the background of the tragedy. Their fractured marriage, strained by the weight of unspoken truths, whispered of a darkness lurking beneath the surface. Medical records spoke of Rebecca's silent struggles with postpartum depression, a silent storm raging within her soul. A glimmer of hope emerged in the darkness when the forensic team unearthed microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign invaders in the sanctuary of the home. These fibers, delicate threads of betrayal, pointed to a chilling possibility: a skilled intruder, a phantom in the night, had breached the sanctity of the nursery from without, a specter in the shadows. The focus of the investigation shifted, like the tides of fate, revealing hidden truths in the darkness. Security footage, a silent witness to the night's events, unveiled a dark figure moving with purpose in the cloak of night. A footprint etched in the soft earth of the garden bore the mark of a specialized boot, a tool of the trade for those who tread where others dare not. And then, like a storm gathering strength, Daniel returned from his journey, his hands bearing the calluses of hidden truths. In the web of secrets and lies, his words rang hollow, a melody of deceit that echoed through the hollow chambers of the heart. Financial records, like pages torn from a forbidden tome, painted a damning portrait of greed and betrayal. The tapestry of deception unraveled further as encrypted messages and hidden truths came to light. Daniel's climbing equipment, a silent accomplice in the night's events, bore witness to a plan woven in shadows and whispers. A second family, a hidden past the truth, emerged like a dagger in the night, cutting through the veil of illusions. As the trial unfolded, the courtroom held its breath, a collective gasp of disbelief and horror hanging in the air. The baby monitor, a silent sentinel in the night, became the key to unlocking the mystery that had gripped the community in fear. Digital forensics, like a beacon cutting through the darkness, revealed the truth hidden in the shadows. Samuel, the innocent pawn in a game of deceit, was found alive, cradled in the arms of a woman named Elaine, a ghost from the past with eyes that held the weight of unspoken sorrow. The truth, like a blade unsheathed, cut through the lies and illusions, revealing a web of betrayal that spanned years. As the final chapter of the saga unfolded, justice, like a silent specter, descended upon the guilty. Daniel and Elaine, bound by the chains of their own making, faced the consequences of their actions. Rebecca, her world forever altered by the events of that fateful night, sought solace in the quiet embrace of a new beginning. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the truth that lay hidden in the shadows, remained a silent guardian in the night. Samuel, innocent and unknowing, would grow up in the light of a new dawn, his past a mystery locked away in the depths of memory. And Rebecca, haunted by the echoes of that whispered voice, kept the stuffed rabbit, a silent reminder of the darkness that once lurked in the shadows of her life. Story 12. A mysterious package arrived, wrapped in a plain envelope with no sender's address. Within, a single brass key, weathered with age. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, couldn't place it, yet a sense of familiarity lingered. Testing it in every lock she owned yielded no results. It didn't belong to her. But when she set it on her coffee table, the broken grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a solitary, haunting chime, as if stirred from its slumber. Sarah, unsettled by the inexplicable event, reported it to the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would shake the quiet suburban neighborhood to its core. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah's concerns were brushed off by the responding officer as a simple mailing error. However, a nagging feeling of unease persisted within her. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as potential evidence, sealing it in a small evidence bag. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous key would unravel a sinister web of secrets. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, found himself drawn into the enigma surrounding the brass key. As he delved deeper, the key sat on his desk, its presence subtly disquieting. Sarah's background check revealed no red flags, a retired teacher with a spotless record, leading a quiet life. The forensic team's analysis yielded only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, with the envelope offering no clues beyond a generic postmark. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon traced the key's unique pattern to a cold case from years past, a storage unit linked to disturbing evidence of violence against women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, but now a glimmer of hope emerged as old files were dusted off and new lights pursued. The hunt for the key's origin led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's with a shadowed past. Jenkins, a man of elusive tendencies, had left a trail of mystery in his wake. As the investigation deepened, a chilling discovery unfolded: a hidden room beneath a cabin, filled with rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and date. The keys unlocked a macabre truth of unknown victims, their stories silenced by darkness. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified, culminating in a harrowing confrontation in the wilderness. His demise marked the end of a reign of terror that had remained hidden for far too long. The journal found by his side spoke of obsession, of unnoticed observation turned deadly. In the aftermath, the community grappled with the revelation of evil lurking in plain sight. Families found closure, tinged with sorrow, as the truth of their loved ones' fates came to light. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, never returned to her home, haunted by the brush with darkness that had come so close. The tale of the brass key and its bearer, Jenkins, serves as a stark reminder that malevolence can wear a mask of normalcy. As researchers delve into Jenkins' writings for clues, the collection of keys remains a silent testament to lives lost and a darkness that defies easy understanding. Story 13: The Enigma of the Whispering Manor. She had felt the urge to refresh the nursery's look before the little one's arrival. The walls, once adorned in a soft, faded blue, now begged for a new coat of paint, holding hidden tales within their layers. As the brush glided across the surface, the old color gave way to a pristine white, unveiling something unexpected underneath. At first, mere shadows of letters emerged, then gradually sharpened into a clear message etched beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her chest, and as she took a step back, a chilling sight greeted her: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for any child's reach. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan estate marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House Enigma. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style residence just a few months prior, lured by an unbelievably low price. The realtor had vaguely mentioned minor cosmetic issues, conveniently omitting the property's shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein, clutching her notebook, rang the doorbell. A woman answered, her expectant belly evident beneath paint-spattered overalls. Weariness clung to her, evident in the dark circles rimming her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremor in the woman's hands as she recounted the eerie discovery of the hidden message and handprints. The previous occupants vanished overnight, the woman revealed. According to neighbors, they fled without a trace, packing only essentials into their car. Detective Klein traversed the storied halls of the ancient abode, the aged floorboards protesting beneath her footsteps. Pausing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still faintly visible where the painting had been abruptly abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints, imprinted in the wet paint at the height of an adult's shoulders. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The house had changed hands 8 times in 3 decades, a suspiciously high turnover rate. Each family had resided for less than 2 years, with troubling child welfare reports linked to 3 of them. Children had spoken of whispers from the walls and a sensation of being watched as they slept. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction blueprints and historical archives. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who, in the early industrial era, ran a small orphanage from the premises. Old newspaper clippings referenced the mysterious disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away. Upon Eleanor's passing, workers renovating the house uncovered a sealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Inside lay remnants of the children's lives, tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no trace of their bodies. The case had grown cold, relegated to dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disconcerting narrative. Each family with children had encountered inexplicable events, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter echoing through empty corridors, and crayon sketches materializing on walls. Most dismissed these incidents as mere figments of the imagination until the ominous writing surfaced. The message, though slightly altered in each retelling, bore a consistent warning: don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. The script, always identical, unfurled only during nursery repaintings. A linguistic expert confirmed that the writing matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's diaries. More unsettling were the handprints, uniform in size and placement across generations, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a sinister turn as the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar scanning in the basement. The technicians' findings pointed to anomalies beneath the concrete floor, 5 distinct shapes, each resembling a child's proportions. Upon breaking through the concrete, a grim revelation awaited. 5 small sets of remains, arranged in a circle, bore evidence of the children's demise during Eleanor's tenure as owner. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly fled. Luminol sprayed across the nursery walls brought forth a macabre sight. In the darkness, handprints glowed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless imprints at varying heights, as if the children had endeavored to escape their confines. Eleanor's journals, salvaged from county archives, unveiled her twisted beliefs. She deemed orphaned children to possess unique spiritual energy, intending to harness it for her own longevity by entombing them within a hidden chamber. The children had etched their warnings into the wall, hoping future inhabitants would learn of their tragic fate. With the proper interment of the 5 victims, justice was finally served, dispelling the myth of their supposed flight. The house stood vacant thereafter, the expectant couple adamantly refusing to set foot inside even for their possessions. Detective Klein penned her conclusive report, enclosing photographs of the luminol-lit handprints and concealed message. She noted that while closure had been attained for the initial victims, an enigmatic presence lingered within the walls, a force that transcended layers of paint and the passage of time. The nursery walls were eventually raised during the property's restoration, yet workers attested to hearing spectral whispers emanating from the rubble. None dared to return once their shifts concluded. Ultimately condemned, the house became another cold case in the annals of unsolved mysteries, a tangible resolution intertwined with unanswerable spiritual queries. One photograph remained with the detective, a haunting image of 5 glowing handprints in the obscurity, a stark reminder that certain crimes leave indelible marks that no fresh coat of paint can erase. Story 14. The old Polaroid held secrets buried deep within its faded hues, capturing a birthday celebration frozen in time. Faces beamed with joy, candles flickering innocently, a scene of ordinary happiness. Yet as the daughter sifted through the box of forgotten memories left behind by her mother, she stumbled upon something unsettling. In the background of each photograph, a mysterious figure lurked. A man, cloaked in shadows, stood at the periphery of the festive gatherings. He was not a familiar face, not a relative or a friend, and with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters unearthed the enigmatic collection while sorting through her mother's attic, a task she undertook after the somber farewell of a funeral. The simple cardboard box labeled Memories held a trove of nostalgia, a visual diary of happier times. But what should have brought solace soon turned into a chilling enigma. In the initial snapshot, he was a mere whisper of darkness, a silhouette on the outskirts of her childhood birthday party. As the series progressed, he insinuated himself closer, a silent observer with obscured features. By the third photo, he loomed behind an unsuspecting uncle, a phantom presence unnoticed by all but the lens. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the spectral mystery that haunted the photographs. "Dad, who is this man in the background of these pictures?" Silence hung in the air before a sharp intake of breath broke through. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." Her father's voice wavered. Determined to unravel the enigma, Sarah shared the eerie photos with Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail. Rain pattered against the windows of the precinct, casting a veil of melancholy over the unfolding mystery. The detective's scrutiny revealed a disturbing pattern, the figure's progression through the captured moments, a silent intruder inching closer to the unsuspecting children. As the investigation unfolded, the truth proved elusive. No one recognized the phantom figure, no memory stirred of his presence. Facial recognition technology faltered, the figure shrouded in deliberate obscurity as if anticipating the lens's gaze. Yet a breakthrough emerged from meticulous analysis and enhanced images. Details once obscured came to light: a scar, a ring, a glint of recognition in a partial reflection. Dental records provided a crucial link to a dark past: Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a sinister history tied to unsolved child abductions. Keller's shadowy presence in the photos unveiled a web of horror spanning decades. Authorities uncovered a chilling trail of evidence buried beneath the concrete foundations of Keller's past, linking him to vanished children and shattered families. Items long lost and forgotten resurfaced, each a haunting echo of lives disrupted by unseen malevolence. Alone in her thoughts, Sarah pondered the revelations that had shattered her illusions of safety. The detective's call confirming the identification of remains near the vacation property sent a shiver down her spine. DNA had spoken the grim truth: one missing child finally found, but at a cost too heavy to bear. In the final photograph, as the candles cast their warm embrace on the frozen smiles of her family, the figure lingered in the shadows behind her younger self. A specter of darkness, a harbinger of tragedy, now exposed in the harsh light of justice. The box of photographs became a testament to hidden terrors, a chilling reminder that evil often masquerades in plain sight, invisible to the naked eye but imprinted on film for eternity. The unseen figure, a ghost in the family album, had finally met his reckoning, his legacy of dread unveiled through the lens of time. Sarah closed the lid on the box of memories, a silent witness to the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of celebrations. The truth had been revealed, but peace remained elusive, the shadows of the past forever etched in the haunting stillness of captured moments. Story 15. She crossed the threshold, the air heavy with dust dancing in the silence. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls whispering forgotten secrets, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step felt like a journey through a moment trapped in eternity, a moment that held a mysterious allure. But amidst the stillness, there was a peculiar anomaly that defied explanation: the doors. Every door she opened led her back to the same room, the parlor, no matter the path she took, no matter the handle she turned. A maze with no escape, a puzzle with no solution. The only way out was the way she had come, yet when she turned, the front door had vanished, leaving her trapped in a labyrinth of her own making. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the deserted Victorian house from a mere curiosity into a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing as forensic technicians moved silently through the dim interior, their presence hauntingly ethereal. The house had garnered a reputation among the locals, whispered tales of compasses spinning wildly, of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. But now it held secrets far more sinister than mere folklore. The preliminary examination suggests she passed on approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy air. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, as if awaiting a long-lost visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The scene exuded a quiet eeriness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, her voice a soft echo in the stillness. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, seated there like a lost soul beckoning from the past. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a shadowy figure whose legacy now cast a pall over the once grand residence. Family feuds had left the property in a state of abandonment, a forgotten relic haunted by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, had been drawn to the house in pursuit of her studies on architectural anomalies, lured by the whispers of its enigmatic design. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted, her gaze lingering on the scattered notes before her. Morgan spoke of visiting the house where souls wander in her research. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries spoke of strange echoes, chilling drafts, and doors that defied logic, leading to ever-changing chambers with each opening. In her final words, she hinted at bringing specialized equipment to capture the elusive truths of what she termed spatial enigmas. Yet, the equipment remained conspicuously absent from the scene. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected twist, a trace of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance derived from a plant used in ancient rituals to alter perception. Though not in lethal doses, the presence of the alkaloid puzzled investigators, defying the image of the meticulous scholar Morgan was known to be. She was not one to dabble in recreational substances, her partner insisted during questioning. Morgan was dedicated to her craft, unwavering in her pursuit of knowledge. Digital traces on Morgan's phone unveiled deleted messages, exchanges with a mysterious figure who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to hold its secrets within their grasp. The conversations grew intimate, cryptic, weaving a web of intrigue and whispered truths. "The house retains its memories," read one cryptic message. "It yearns for someone to unveil its truths." The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in obscure spatial phenomena had captivated Morgan's attention. Their professional relationship had blossomed into something deeper, a connection rooted in shared curiosity and a thirst for understanding the enigmatic house. Reeves spoke of the house's reputation, Lind recounted. A place of optical illusions and deceptive designs, masking a deeper reality that Morgan sought to unravel. Yet Reeves alibied out at the time of Morgan's passing, a fact corroborated by security footage placing him miles away, engrossed in a lecture at a distant university. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a descendant of a leaner Blackwood, residing in a distant land. Contacted by the investigators, he unraveled a family secret buried beneath layers of time. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her fate within those walls, he revealed. Generations succumbed to the house's influence, found in the parlor, serene in their final repose. We called it the claiming. He shared journals chronicling deaths shrouded in mystery, attributed to natural causes, but mirroring Morgan's demise in unsettling ways. The pieces fell into place, painting a macabre portrait of a house with a hunger for those who dared to unravel its mysteries too deeply. A secondary search unveiled a hidden chamber behind the parlor's hearth, within which lay Morgan's missing equipment alongside a trove of artifacts from diverse cultures. At its heart rested a weathered figurine, a deity of liminal spaces, bearing the marks of reverence across the ages. Residues matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system, hinting at a connection that transcended time and reason. The case took a dark turn as forensic analysis hinted at a silent presence within the house at the time of Morgan's passing. Partial prints, foreign to any known visitor, lingered on doorknobs like phantom echoes of an unseen hand. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered in his dwelling, mirroring Morgan's fate with eerie precision. The alkaloid whispered of ancient rituals, of unseen forces lurking at the edge of perception. Clutched in his grasp was a key that unlocked the hidden chamber within the Victorian, a chamber that bridged the worlds of the living and the lost. In his final missive, Reeves penned his truth, a truth that transcended the physical confines of the house. "The doors do not bind you physically," he wrote to himself, a testament to the shadows that danced in the corners of his mind. "They ensnare your perception, leading you in circles of your own making. The revelation dawns too late, for by then the house has claimed you." The case remains a mystery, a tale of enigmas and shadows that dance at the edge of comprehension. The Victorian stands condemned, its secrets buried beneath layers of time and dust. Yet whispers persist of flickering lights within its walls, of souls lost in the labyrinth of the forgotten. Some say the house hungers for those who seek its truths, a siren's call drawing the curious to their fates. Others believe Morgan and Reeves glimpsed a world beyond, a world where reality bends and twists like the corridors of a dream. The truth lingers, shrouded in mist and memory, waiting at the threshold of the house where all doors lead back to the beginning, where mysteries lie hidden in the spaces between worlds. Story 16. In the attic of their new Victorian house, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a hidden treasure, a porcelain doll with blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets of the past. At first they dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, a dusty memory left behind by previous owners. However, as night fell, a subtle shift in the air descended upon their home, wrapping them in a blanket of unease. The following morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, silently observing them with its unblinking gaze. Sarah and Michael, unaware of the dark history woven into the walls of their newfound sanctuary, soon found themselves entangled in a web of mystery and fear. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the unusual, was called to the scene of a chilling crime. The bodies of a young couple were discovered in the house, their limbs contorted in unnatural poses, frozen in expressions of terror. The room bore no signs of struggle, no traces of an intruder, just a haunting stillness that lingered in the air. As Detective Winters delved into the case, a pattern emerged, a series of inexplicable deaths linked to the property's troubled past. Each victim had tampered with the attic, unwittingly awakening a malevolent force that lurked within its walls. The doll, a creation of a tormented doll maker, held the key to the mysteries that shrouded the house in darkness. Whispers of rituals and bound spirits echoed through the investigation, leading Detective Winters down a path lined with shadows and half-truths. The doll, imbued with a sinister energy, seemed to move of its own accord, leaving behind invisible traces of its presence that defied explanation. As the case veered into the realm of the supernatural, Detective Winters found herself at a crossroads, torn between the confines of logic and the whispers of the unknown. The doll, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, remained elusive, slipping through her grasp like a phantom in the night. In the end, the truth eluded her, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The dollmaker's legacy, a tale of obsession and dark magic, remained a mystery buried within the walls of the house. And as the years passed, the whispers of the past faded into the silence of forgotten memories. The house changed hands once more, its secrets hidden beneath layers of dust and time. The attic, a silent sentinel, stood empty, a silent witness to the tragedies that had unfolded within its walls. And though the doll remained lost to the shadows, its presence lingered in the faint laughter that echoed through the night, a reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 17. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten relic of the home's former inhabitants. Within its depths rested faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, ordinary, harmless, until her gaze landed on the final photograph. It depicted her own living room with familiar furniture and decor. Yet the family portrayed was unknown to her, and lurking in the background, barely discernible in the dimness, stood a figure observing from the hallway. Rebecca shivered as she scrutinized the image, her fingers quivering slightly, causing the edges of the photograph to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with golden locks, a man with thick spectacles, and two children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the shadowy presence looming behind them, their smiles frozen in time, unaware of the peril in their midst. Descending the staircase, each step creaking under her weight, Rebecca felt the vastness and emptiness of the house, which had felt oversized and desolate since she moved in 4 months prior, now closing in on her. Placing the photograph on her kitchen counter, she studied it under the unforgiving glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture was undeniable. The archway, the intricate molding, the bay window basking in sunlight. This was her sanctuary, yet these faces remained foreign. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a weathered leather jacket that bore witness to countless investigations. His penetrating eyes, missing no detail, methodically analyzed the photograph. Running a gloved finger along the Polaroid's edge, he turned it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a low, rumbling voice. "Very little," Rebecca confessed. The sale was handled through a realtor, and they had already relocated out of state. Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. May I borrow this? Our team might be able to identify the family depicted. The inquiry unfolded discreetly. Rebecca discovered that the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford, who had resided there for 7 years before an abrupt departure. Prior to the Crawfords, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed former neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of past occupants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "They're the Sutherlands," he stated with certainty. "They lived in that house only a year before vanishing without a trace. Mail piled up and they disappeared without a word to anyone. The Sutherlands, a family of 4, had evaporated into thin air. No forwarding address, no school records for the children, their vehicles never located, bank accounts dormant, as if they had vanished from existence." Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid approximately 15 years back. Examining minute details within the image, a peculiar pattern of dust particles, the eerie stillness of the subjects, the forensic expert noted, this was taken with a timer. They were positioned deliberately, as if someone set the camera and hurried to join them. But if the Sutherlands staged the photograph, who was the enigmatic figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy observer, tall, masculine, clad in dark attire. Although his visage remained obscured, his stance hinted at intense surveillance. Motionless, as though he belonged there, as though the house was rightfully his domain. Detective Morgan unearthed a grim pattern. Preceding the Sutherlands, another family had dwelled in the abode for precisely 1 year before vanishing, and before them another. 5 families over 5 years vanished without rationale, always after a year's residency. Rebecca had resided there for 4 months. Delving into historical records, investigators discovered that the house was constructed by a renowned architect with an impeccable reputation. However, the project overseer vanished near completion. Samuel Whitfield, his replacement, concluded the construction. Police archives held a solitary photograph of Whitfield, a tall, gaunt man with piercing eyes. Age progression and comparison with the figure in the Polaroid confirmed a striking resemblance. Nevertheless, Samuel Whitfield reportedly perished in a construction mishap shortly after completing the house. His remains were never recovered from the rubble of another construction site. The investigation honed in on the basement. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete floor, unnatural variations in density. As jackhammers breached the surface, an odorous gust assaulted their senses. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they discovered them. Not solely the Sutherlands, every missing family, preserved immaculately in the cool, dry earth. Amidst their possessions lay a camera, the same one that had captured the attic's Polaroid, and scores of additional photographs, each showcasing a different family, blissfully unaware of the watcher in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. While sifting through evidence, investigators stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace in the attic, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, a cot, photography apparatus, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations of past residents were found. The most recent entry bore a date just 3 days prior. "The newcomer is different. She discovered my photograph too soon. I must expedite my plans." Under police guard, Rebecca relocated to a hotel. One night, roused from a restless slumber, her phone rang. Upon answering, only breaths were heard. Then a click, succeeded by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera printing a photo. The investigation endures. The house looms vacant, its windows opaque, its enigmas not fully unraveled. Samuel Whitfield, if that was his true identity, remains elusive. Some theorize his demise long ago, while others suggest he merely transitioned to a new guise, a new residence, a new haunt. and somewhere within a dim chamber, photographs develop new families, new dwellings, new sentinels in the shadows. The soul's certainty is that those who pursue the truth about the figure in the picture are now under watchful eyes themselves. Story 18. In the heart of the city, there stood a quaint coffee shop that held secrets beyond the steamy windows and the aroma of freshly ground beans. For years, a mysterious man had made this place his sanctuary, his haven of routine and solitude. His presence was as constant as the morning sun, yet as enigmatic as the hidden depths of the ocean. The man, known only as John Doe in the realm of the mundane, had a peculiar way about him. His features blended seamlessly into the background of the bustling cafe, his presence unobtrusive yet somehow captivating. The barista, a silent observer to his daily rituals, recognized his face but remained ignorant of his true essence. No one knew his name, his story, his purpose. Then one fateful day, the man failed to grace the coffee shop with his enigmatic presence. Concerned whispers fluttered through the air like fallen leaves in a gentle breeze. The police were summoned to investigate this breach in the established order. What they discovered in the wake of his absence sent shivers down their spines, a chill that lingered long after they had left the scene. A wallet abandoned on the familiar table where John Doe once sat became the focal point of the investigation. Within its leather confines lay a driver's license bearing a face without a name, an identity erased from the annals of existence. The void where personal information should have dwelled echoed with the silence of a riddle unsolved. As Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma of John Doe, she was met with a tapestry of perplexing clues that defied logic and reason. The security footage, a silent witness to the man's vanishing act, revealed a sequence of events that bordered on the surreal. John had entered the cafe, taken his usual seat, and then ceased to be. The footage replayed before Mercer's eyes like a ghostly echo of the past. She scrutinized every frame, every movement, searching for a crack in the facade of reality. But the mystery only deepened as John's figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering enigma that taunted the boundaries of comprehension. In her pursuit of the truth, Mercer unearthed fragments of a puzzle scattered across the landscape of the unknown. The wallet, a vessel of emptiness, held within its grasp a myriad of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Blank credit cards, untraceable numbers, a receipt echoing a time long gone, all threads woven into the tapestry of John Doe's existence. A single business card bearing a cryptic phone number beckoned Mercer into the realm of the arcane. When she dared to cross the threshold of uncertainty and dialed the number, she was met with a realm of silence punctuated only by the rustle of unseen pages, a whisper of hidden truths that danced on the edge of perception. The barista, a silent witness to John Doe's presence, offered scant insights into the man who had slipped through the cracks of reality. His quiet demeanor, his solitary nature, his inscrutable aura all painted a portrait of a man adrift in a sea of mysteries, a cipher waiting to be deciphered. As Mercer delved deeper into the labyrinth of John Doe's existence, she uncovered a trove of secrets that defied the boundaries of comprehension. The notebook, a repository of cryptic symbols and enigmatic sketches, whispered of hidden truths that eluded the grasp of mortal minds. Cryptographers tasked with decoding the mysteries within the notebook's pages found themselves ensnared in a web of complexity that defied conventional understanding. Architectural drawings of unknown buildings, encrypted messages hinting at a reality beyond reach, all pointed to a tapestry of existence woven with threads of impossibility. The mirror, an ancient relic hanging between realms, beckoned Mercer with its tantalizing gaze. Its ornate frame, carved with symbols mirroring those in John Doe's notebook, whispered of a connection that transcended the boundaries of perception. As Mercer gazed into its depths, she felt a whisper of warmth, a touch of the uncanny that stirred the shadows of her soul. Behind the mirror's facade, a hidden chamber awaited, a sanctuary of secrets veiled from prying eyes. Within its confines lay a trove of identical wallets, each a vessel of emptiness waiting to be filled with the essence of identity. A journal, its pages filled with the handwriting of a ghost, spoke of experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. The echoes of the past reverberated through the hidden chamber, a chorus of whispers that spoke of a man lost in the mists of time. Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind ensnared in the web of his own creation, stood at the threshold of existence, a bridge between worlds waiting to be crossed. Mercer, standing on the precipice of revelation, felt the tendrils of fate winding around her soul. The mirror shattered, a cascade of shards heralding the end of an era, the closure of a chapter written in the ink of impossibility. John Doe, Daniel Weston, a man of many names and yet none, slipped through the cracks of reality, a phantom lost to the annals of time. As the coffee shop faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath the rubble of forgotten dreams, Mercer stood at the crossroads of existence. The fragment of the mirror, a shard of the past clinging to the fabric of the present, whispered of a reality beyond the veil, a world waiting to be explored. And so the tale of the man who didn't exist faded into legend, a mystery unsolved, a riddle unanswered. Mercer, haunted by the specter of John Doe, retreated into the shadows of her own existence, a silent witness to the enigma of life. Neighbors passing by her porch in the stillness of the night caught glimpses of a figure hunched over a notebook, its pages filled with secrets waiting to be revealed. The fragment of the mirror, a portal to realms beyond the known, shimmered in the moonlight, a beacon of possibility in a world adrift in uncertainty. And so, the story of John Doe, a man lost in the labyrinth of existence, faded into the whispers of the wind, a tale of mystery and wonder that lingered in the hearts of those who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of reality. Story 19. Renovations always lead to the discovery of hidden treasures. Amongst the dust and debris lie remnants of a bygone era, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. However, when Sarah and Michael decided to renovate their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they unearthed more than just artifacts of the past. As they lifted the floorboards, a yellowed letter, carefully folded, was revealed, concealed beneath the aged wood. The paper crinkled under their touch, the faded ink barely legible, yet the message it held was crystal clear: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the cryptic warning, the stillness of the house was shattered by 3 sharp knocks that reverberated through the empty rooms, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued and unsettled, the couple sought the help of Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. Reed arrived at the scene with her partner, the floorboards gaping open like a mouth ready to divulge its secrets. With weathered hands that bore the marks of countless investigations, she delicately retrieved the ominous note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent contact had tainted it with their fingerprints. The tale of the mysterious knocking left an indelible mark on their faces, genuine fear etched in their expressions. Delving into the history of the house, Reed uncovered a tangled web of past owners, leading her to the Hargrove family who had resided in the home for generations. The last occupants, Margaret and Franklin Hargrove, had left behind a legacy steeped in shadows. Margaret, a reclusive widow, had lived a solitary life after the passing of her husband, Franklin. As Reed pieced together fragments of the past, a haunting narrative began to unfold. The note, dated 2 decades prior, hinted at a time of turmoil and apprehension. Franklin, once a respected teacher known for his woodworking skills, had fallen into the clutches of gambling debts, attracting the attention of a notorious loan shark known as Victor Mercer. Interviews with acquaintances and family members unveiled a darker side to the Hargroves' history. Franklin's descent into paranoia, fueled by Mercer's menacing presence, painted a grim picture of a man pushed to the edge. Margaret's sister, in a rare moment of clarity, whispered of the fear that had gripped Margaret in her final days, a fear of the relentless collector who came knocking, demanding payment for debts unpaid. With each revelation, the shadows of the past grew deeper, casting a pall over the once grand house. Forensic analysis and painstaking excavation unearthed a chilling truth buried beneath the floorboards: the remains of Victor Mercer, a victim of Franklin's desperate act of self-preservation. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Margaret's complicity in the crime came to light. Driven by fear and loyalty, she had aided Franklin in concealing the grim aftermath of that fateful night. Her diary, hidden away in the attic, bore witness to the torment she endured, haunted by the phantom echoes of 3 knocks that persisted long after the deed was done. The case, though solved in the eyes of the law, left lingering questions in its wake. The house, tainted by the specter of its past, stood silent and forsaken, a monument to secrets buried deep within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark legacy, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it to the mercy of time and whispers of local folklore. And so the grand Victorian-era home stood as a silent sentinel, its halls echoing with the ghostly rhythm of 3 distinct knocks in the dead of night. Whether it was merely the creaking of old wood or something more sinister, the truth remained elusive, hidden within the confines of a chilling message that echoed through the ages: don't trust the one who knocked. In the annals of Detective Reed's final report, the case remained a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that linger in the shadows, reminding us that some secrets are destined to remain buried, even as they whisper their truths in the stillness of the night. Story 20. In the midst of a storm, she was forced to venture into the attic, a place she always avoided. Cobwebs hung like forgotten memories, shrouding the hidden treasures within. Among the relics was an old dollhouse, intricately detailed with miniature furniture arranged meticulously. But as she gazed inside, a sense of unease gripped her. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were tiny replicas of her family, carved with eerie precision. Each tiny figure mirrored her family members' exact positions from downstairs, except for one glaring difference. The figure meant to represent her was standing near the attic door, staring back at her with unblinking eyes. Running her finger along the dollhouse roof, she felt the imprint where the tiny wooden figure stood, sending a shiver down her spine unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse had no place in her life. It wasn't from her childhood home, but from a rental property her family had recently moved into. Rebecca Morgan's distress led her to seek help from law enforcement, who arrived at the suburban residence to find a family gripped by fear, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or mere imagination. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures caught her attention, each capturing a unique trait of the family members. The fingerprints found on the dollhouse didn't match any family member, and microscopic cameras hidden in the figures' eyes revealed a sophisticated surveillance system beneath. The Morgans' movements were meticulously recorded, with the figures in the dollhouse mirroring their daily routines, a chilling revelation of a voyeuristic observer. A hidden basement entrance behind a pantry wall unveiled a secret living space, indicating someone had been residing there long before the family's arrival. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators, uncovering a dark history of the house's previous owners, an elderly couple who had passed away, leaving their son, Martin Wells, to oversee the property. Digital forensics traced the surveillance data to an apartment across town, where walls adorned with family photographs and detailed journals exposed Wells' obsession with the Morgans and other residents. Each dollhouse represented a different household, a twisted display of control and possession. Wells, driven by possessive delusion, justified his actions as a means to protect his childhood home. His calm demeanor during interrogation revealed a chilling mindset of surveillance and manipulation, turning families into unwitting playthings for his amusement. Charged with multiple offenses, Wells faced the consequences of his invasive actions, shedding light on the need for stricter real estate disclosure laws and ensuring the safety of new occupants. The Morgans, scarred by the ordeal, sought solace in a new home, haunted by the lingering fear of being watched. Rebecca's words echoed a profound truth. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, but the realization that we were mere pawns in someone else's twisted game. Wells' case baffled criminologists, revealing a prolonged history of clandestine surveillance, prompting introspection on the boundaries of privacy and security. As the chapter closed on this harrowing tale, Rebecca's vigilance persisted, a reminder that sometimes the shadows hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Story 21. The motel stood as a relic of a bygone-era cheap, outdated, a transient haven for weary travelers seeking respite for just a night. The clerk, with a gaze that hinted at hidden knowledge, handed her the key with a cryptic warning. "Just don't take the last door on the left," his voice barely above a whisper. Intrigue sparked within her, a flicker of curiosity that beckoned her towards the forbidden. That night, shrouded in the hushed embrace of the dimly lit hallway, she found herself standing before the ominous door. The handle sent a shiver through her as its icy touch caressed her fingertips. To the casual eye, it appeared no different from its companions, blending seamlessly into the nondescript corridor until she pressed her ear against its weathered surface. From the other side, a presence stirred, a soft exhalation that seemed to echo through the very walls. Detective Morgan Reed, her senses dulled by exhaustion, crossed the threshold beneath the yellow tape marking the scene of the crime. The acrid scent of metal and decay assaulted her nostrils, a grim reminder of the horrors that lurked within. Blood had seeped into the fabric of the carpet, staining it a deep, foreboding hue that mirrored the darkness of the room. Amidst the chaos, a young woman lay motionless, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, frozen in a silent scream. Reed knelt beside the tragic figure, a silent witness to the brutality of fate. The forensic technician, his demeanor detached and clinical, captured the scene through the lens of his camera, each snapshot preserving a moment of terror for eternity. "Third one this season," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. The pattern was clear, a haunting signature etched in the shadows of the forgotten motel. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved deeper into the mystery that shrouded the victim, Elaine Werner. A woman of means, her presence in such a desolate place defied logic. The absence of forced entry hinted at a chilling truth: her killer was no stranger. The pieces began to align, forming a sinister puzzle of deception and betrayal. The station buzzed with urgency as leads emerged and shadows deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, leaving only questions that echoed in the empty spaces of the victim's past. It was a race against time, a battle of wits and wills to uncover the darkness that seeped through the cracks of a carefully constructed facade. A breakthrough came in the form of a name, Charles Emerson. A man of stature, his polished exterior belied a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Reed probed into his world, unraveling a web of lies that threatened to ensnare them both. The truth, when revealed, was more chilling than she could have imagined. Emerson's confession tore through the veil of deceit, laying bare the extent of his depravity. His meticulous planning, his calculated cruelty, all in the name of preserving a facade that crumbled under the weight of his sins. The courtroom became a stage for justice, a final act in a tragedy that had unfolded behind closed doors. As Emerson was led away, his mask of indifference finally slipped, revealing a void where compassion should have resided. Reed, haunted by the echoes of the past, knew that some doors once opened could never be closed. The keys, silent witnesses to the horrors that had transpired, remained locked away, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within us all. The world moved on, the case relegated to the annals of history, but for Reed, the shadows lingered. In the quiet moments, she found herself drawn to hotel corridors, counting doors with a sense of unease. Behind each one, she knew, lay a story untold, a secret waiting to be revealed. And in the stillness of the night, she wondered what truths lay hidden behind the facade of ordinary doors. Story 22. The flat had sat silent for months, a resting place for dust and forgotten memories. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps some old furniture, a bit of clutter. But one door refused to yield. It stood locked, a secret within. The landlord, with a heavy sigh, forced it open, revealing a closet shrouded in mystery. Instead of coats or trinkets, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale. Deep, ragged scratches scarred the wood, a testament to someone's struggle. In the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen softly aglow with an unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, no stranger to the macabre, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea etched into those walls, a plea for freedom. "We need forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the eerie markings. "And fetch me the records of the former tenants." The message on the phone was simple yet chilling. "I know what you did." The landlord, his hands damp with nerves, revealed that the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished abruptly, leaving behind unpaid rent. "She kept to herself," he mumbled, avoiding the closet's gaping maw. "No trouble, really." Forensics uncovered a grim truth within the scratches. Multiple blood samples, mostly from Emma herself, reported missing at the age of 28. Yet 2 other DNA traces lurked among the crimson stains. One remained a mystery, unclaimed by any database. The other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, declared dead in a car crash, now left his mark within Emma's walls. Emma's apartment whispered of interrupted routines, unopened mail, a lonely mug in the sink, a neatly made bed. Her phone records spoke of a sudden silence, broken only by mysterious calls before her disappearance. Her sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Reed relayed. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a figure in a cap trailing Emma into her building, his face averted from prying eyes. The pieces began to align when fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were found on the closet door knob. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, but why and what tie does he have to Emma? The enigma deepened as another missing person's tale emerged. Lynette Porter vanished without a trace, her description matching a visitor seen at Emma's abode. Shaw connected the threads, tracing a trail of deceit to a remote property linked to Mercer's kin. Behind locked doors, they unearthed Lynette alive yet broken, a mirror image of Emma's captivity. "He forced me to witness," she whispered, haunted eyes staring into the void, "to learn the fate of those who try to flee." Journals, photos, and chilling videos painted a portrait of Mercer's obsession with dominance, his cruelty immortalized in the suffering of his victims. The hunt for Mercer expanded, his twisted psyche dissected by forensic minds. His desire was not just to end life, but to revel in the agony of confinement. When they finally apprehended him at a bus station, Mercer clutched a new identity and a one-way ticket to a distant shore. In his bag, tools of torment, a roll of tape, a gleaming blade, and a newspaper clipping of Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer's demeanor remained eerie, his words painting a sinister narrative. "She sent that message herself," he claimed, a smug grin on his lips. "She craved discovery, but not salvation." The trial unmasked Mercer's elaborate charade, his elaborate scheme to vanish into thin air, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's remains eluded discovery, her final moments etched in the desperate marks on the closet walls. The message she left behind, a damning accusation against her killer, sealed Mercer's fate. The jury swiftly rendered a verdict guilty on all counts. As the sentence of eternal incarceration fell upon him, Mercer's grin held a secret satisfaction known only to him. At the hearing, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor, her voice unwavering. "He imprisoned us in darkness, for that's where his soul resides, trapped and alone. But as he rots in his cell, I'll bask in the sunlight." The case reshaped investigative procedures, emphasizing patterns of relationships and thorough property searches. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door in her office, a somber reminder that not all horrors wear the mask of violence, but the scars of a soul fighting to survive. Story 23. The old house sat in silence, untouched by life for years. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who vanished, leaving the home to gather dust and memories. But when the new inhabitants crossed the threshold, they encountered a locked mystery, the bedroom sealed shut from within. With a creak and a push, the door relented, revealing a world frozen in time. The air clung heavy with neglect, a ghostly stillness wrapping around the visitors. The bed stood pristine, the mirror free of blemish, and upon the desk, a solitary candle had surrendered to time, leaving behind a pool of hardened wax, a silent witness to forgotten moments. Amidst the quiet, a notebook beckoned, its pages whispering secrets of the missing woman, Elise Winters. Detective Morgan delved into its depths as technicians sifted through the room for hidden truths. Elise's words danced across the paper, a testament to a life interrupted, a voice silenced. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry revealed, etched with urgency and fear. The ink bore witness to Elise's plea for help, a plea unheard in the night she vanished into the shadows. As the detective closed the book, a subtle scent lingered in the air, a hint of dust mingled with a mysterious chemical essence, a haunting reminder of the past that refused to fade. The landlord, a spectral figure in the doorway, murmured of checks made and doors left unsecured. The enigma of the locked room deepened, shrouded in questions without answers. Elise's life, once vibrant and purposeful, now unfolded in shards of memory and whispers. Her dedication to her work, her pursuit of truth in the face of deception, all painted a portrait of a woman on the brink of revelation. The room, a canvas frozen in time, revealed little of the turmoil that had unfolded within its walls. No traces of conflict, no hint of violence, only a facade of normalcy, a mask hiding unspeakable truths. Beneath the surface, hidden from prying eyes, lay a key to a vault of secrets buried within the heart of the city. A flash drive, a key, and a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a truth too dark to remain concealed. The digital whispers of corruption echoed through the shadows, exposing a web of deceit woven by those in power. Elise's voice, a beacon in the darkness, shed light on a conspiracy that thrived in the shadows. As the investigation unfolded, threads of guilt intertwined with threads of justice, weaving a tapestry of reckoning. The truth, a fragile thing, clung to the edges of perception, waiting to be unveiled in the light of truth. Vincent Harriman, a figure of authority and deception, stood at the center of the storm, his facade cracking under the weight of evidence. The walls he built to shield his crimes crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked within. The passage, a hidden gateway to truth, emerged from the shadows, guiding the way to justice long overdue. Harriman's fall from grace was swift, his denials crumbling like sandcastles in the tide of truth. In the silence of the courtroom, Elise's mother's voice rang clear, a testament to a daughter lost but never forgotten. The room, a silent witness to her courage, stood as a monument to the justice she fought to unveil. The house, a relic of the past, remained untouched, a reminder of the price of silence and the cost of truth. In the stillness of the night, some whispered of a flickering light in the upper window, a ghostly beacon of justice served, a legacy preserved in the whispers of the wind. And so the house stood empty once more, a sentinel of secrets laid bare, a testament to the power of one woman's courage to stand against the darkness. Elise Winters, lost but never silenced, found her voice in the echoes of the past, a beacon of light in the shadows of the night. Story 24. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything appeared normal, her face, her attire. Yet a subtle unease crept in as she continued to stare. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. Turning away, she expected the reflection to follow suit, but it remained motionless, observing. Thus began the perplexing tale of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding from that disconcerting incident in her bathroom, a tale that would baffle investigators and linger in the minds of a community for years to come. Residing in a modest apartment within a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca led a solitary existence. Known to her acquaintances as methodical and reserved, she maintained a polite distance while engaging amicably with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and precision. No one could have foreseen that she would emerge as the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Objects within her home appeared subtly displaced, small shifts that went unnoticed at first. A coffee mug relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. These peculiar occurrences were easily brushed off as mere absent-mindedness, attributed to the strain of long hours spent under harsh fluorescent lights, poring over spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's attention was piqued when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these unsettling incidents, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial assessment yielded no evidence of criminal activity. Rather, it hinted at a potential mental health concern better suited for counseling than police intervention. Shaw duly recorded the complaint, consigning it to a stack of non-urgent cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later attested. No signs of forced entry, no missing possessions. Merely a woman plagued by a sense of disquiet within her own abode. The pivotal moment arrived with the episode involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the event in vivid detail, how her reflection appeared to move independently, how an unseen gaze lingered even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage captured by a security camera she had installed, positioned toward her front door. The contents of the recording sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, yet their search yielded no anomalies. The individual entering the premises moved with the precision of Rebecca, clad in her attire, even bearing the distinctive leather bag that was uniquely hers. However, according to the time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building on the other side of town. "We are faced with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "An individual who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can replicate her with eerie accuracy." The investigation escalated as fingerprints found throughout the apartment exclusively matched Rebecca's own. No foreign DNA was detected, and neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, merely Rebecca's routine comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recollected greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening, receiving no response, a deviation from her usual behavior that raised no immediate alarms. Compiling a journal cataloging the disturbances, Rebecca noticed a proliferation of minor alterations within her dwelling. Consumables she had no recollection of consuming vanished from her refrigerator. Her computer displayed searches she had not initiated. Most disconcerting were the photographs unearthed on her phone's self-portraits bearing a striking resemblance to her, yet captured without her consent. In some images, her countenance appeared subtly skewed, the smile too wide, the eyes too intense. "I feel as though I am descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third rendezvous. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion to deceive me." A breakthrough materialized when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated the premises when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery excursions, prearranged activities with foreseeable durations. "An individual well acquainted with your routines," Shaw elucidated. "This is not happenstance. It is a meticulously orchestrated campaign of surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist hypothesized that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, assimilating into her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Though rare, such instances were documented in the annals of psychological literature. The perpetrator typically experienced a psychological rupture, fixating on a target embodying traits or facets they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The inquiry homed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated following a crescendo of erratic conduct. Lily had collaborated closely with Rebecca, often remarking on the parallels between them. Post-dismissal, she dispatched a series of disconcerting emails to Rebecca. "We could be interchangeable," one missive proclaimed. "At times, I feel more akin to you than you do." Securing a warrant to search Lily's residence unveiled a chilling revelation. Within Lily's abode, a room had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with a multitude of photographs capturing Rebecca's entrances into her apartment, shopping excursions, social gatherings, all clandestinely taken. A closet harbored precise duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. On a vanity lay makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands, alongside meticulous notes detailing her idiosyncrasies, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most damning were the practice videos Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The evolution was discernible, initial efforts crude and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to embody me," Rebecca murmured upon confronting the evidence. "This was not mere mimicry. This was an endeavor to obliterate me." Forensic experts unearthed sophisticated paraphernalia for crafting key replicas and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, complete with a calendar forecasting her agenda in meticulous detail. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained incoherent entries oscillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The concluding entry sent a shiver down their spines. "Soon, only one of us shall remain. The stronger entity shall prevail." When the authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Signs of a hasty departure lingered in her apartment drawers left ajar, select technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, relocated to a secure haven under constant surveillance. Over a span of 3 weeks, every locale associated with her past existence underwent vigilant monitoring. Lily failed to materialize. The investigation took a disquieting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomalous sighting. Despite being on leave and safeguarded in a secluded refuge, Rebecca had purportedly been witnessed entering the premises. Surveillance footage validated the claim an individual identical to Rebecca had accessed the edifice employing a valid identification card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes sifting through her files before exiting. The implications crystallized. Lily had not absconded, she had executed her maneuver. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, usurping her identity while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters evaded capture. Rebecca Thorne never resurfaced in her prior existence, opting instead to forge a fresh identity at an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of 2 strikingly similar women. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking disparities, the subtle cues that would differentiate one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw imparts to budding officers is not that someone could mirror your appearance or mimic your voice. It is the fervor with which they endeavor to assimilate you, extinguishing their own essence in the process. Identity transcends mere presentation. It is our most fiercely guarded possession, and at times its worth dawns upon us only when it is imperiled by another's covetous gaze. Story 25, The Silent House at the Forest's Edge. Nestled on the outskirts of town, there stood a house forgotten by time, shrouded in mystery. The locals whispered not a word of it, its presence a silent secret among the rustling trees. Its windows, like empty eyes, gazed out into the surrounding woods, their panes dark and inscrutable. The porch, weary with age, bore the weight of years gone by, sagging as if burdened by untold tales. No one laid claim to the house, and its origins remained a puzzle lost to memory. Yet, when a band of hikers strayed too near, their curiosity led them to a chilling discovery. Names, etched deep into the wooden siding, stood stark against the weathered facade. Each carving seemed a solemn warning, a mark of foreboding etched into the very soul of the house. Among the list of names, one stood out fresh and unweathered, a stark contrast to the others. It belonged to none of the hikers until, with a tremor in his voice, one of them whispered, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call came in, a mere trespassing report, or so it seemed. Mason Wright, the late hiker, spoke of his name found etched into the abandoned dwelling. What began as a routine investigation soon spiraled into the realm of the inexplicable. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness draped the forest in its cloak. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the eerie sight before her. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the wall like a haunting refrain. Some barely visible, their edges blurred by time, while others remained sharp as if freshly hewn. And at the base, Mason Wright, the letters still redolent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath a mist in the chilly air. "How could my name be carved upon this forsaken place?" The investigation unfurled, delving into the backgrounds of each name on the wall. The findings sent shivers through the investigative team. Each name belonged to a soul reported missing over the span of decades. Some cases lay dormant, while others remained open, all united by a chilling commonality. The individuals had vanished while traversing these very woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the intricacies of each mark, the depths, the techniques, the weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a disappearance 37 years past, a tale of a young woman lost to the wilderness, her fate a mystery unsolved. Mason's accounts remained steadfast under scrutiny, his ties to the other names elusive. As the focus shifted to his companions, a disquieting revelation surfaced. In the photographs taken during their hike, a spectral figure lurked in the background, a shadowy presence unseen by the naked eye. A search of the house's interior unveiled a macabre scene, a meticulous array of personal effects belonging to the missing hikers, each item meticulously labeled with a name from the wall outside. Bloodstains, faded yet indelible, whispered of untold horrors concealed within the walls. As paranoia gripped Mason, strange occurrences besieged him, whispers in the night, enigmatic footprints, spectral figures haunting his every step. The shadow of Victor Blackwood, the reclusive hunter to whom the house once belonged, loomed ever larger. The manhunt for Blackwood unfolded, unveiling a sinister past hidden within the forest's depths. His journal, a chronicle of twisted obsession, detailed the predatory pursuit of his victims, their lives catalogued with chilling precision. Amidst the hunt, Mason vanished into the night, leaving behind a cryptic message etched upon his wall, a harbinger of impending doom. The discovery of a freshly carved name in Blackwood's hidden workshop signaled a race against time, a battle of wits between predator and prey. Surveillance tightened its grip around the silent house, its walls echoing with the whispers of the lost. As the night unfurled its mysteries, a figure emerged from the shadows, a specter of dread and malice. In a fleeting moment he vanished, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unspeakable fear. To this day the house stands in silent vigil, a monument to the unknown. Mason and the forensic technician remain lost to the forest's embrace, their fates entwined with the darkness that lurks within. The investigation presses on, fueled by the echoes of vanished souls and the names that no one dares to utter aloud. Story 26. The gentle current whispered secrets as it meandered that quiet morning, the water reflecting the hushed whispers of the wind. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost blending into the glassy, still surface of the river. His eyes, accustomed to scanning the horizon for signs of life beneath the water's surface, almost missed the peculiar sight near the shore, a solitary suitcase bobbing lightly in the shallows. At first glance, it seemed the river had carried ashore a discarded load of old clothes, but as the fisherman drew closer, a pungent stench permeated the air, thick and cloying. The case, wrapped tightly in chains that had succumbed to rust from exposure to the elements, held a grim secret within its weathered exterior. Authorities, summoned by the fisherman's shaky report, arrived swiftly to investigate the ominous discovery. With a collective effort, they pried open the worn case, only to be met with a haunting sight: a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grasp of eternal despair. And at the very bottom, a cryptic note that sent shivers down their spines: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, with her keen eye for detail and a heart heavy with the weight of the unknown, arrived at the scene. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay still on the muddy shore, her once dark hair now tangled and matted, her pale skin bearing the marks of the river's embrace. The medical examiner worked diligently, each movement deliberate as they catalogued every aspect of the tragic tableau before them. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the brutality of the disposal, but the eerie sense of care that had been taken with the victim's appearance. Her nails meticulously manicured, her hair styled with precision, clad in garments of undeniable luxury, a stark contrast to the desolate riverbank where she met her untimely end. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling exclusive properties to the elite. Divorced, childless, she lived a solitary life in a prestigious neighborhood, her ambition and meticulous nature a beacon to those who knew her. Colleagues spoke of her in hushed tones, painting a portrait of a woman driven by perfection and shrouded in secrecy. As the investigation unfolded, Mercer and her team delved into Walsh's meticulously maintained modernist home, a pristine sanctuary that revealed little of the darkness lurking beneath its polished facade. Everything was in its place, immaculate to a fault, a facade of perfection that bordered on the surreal. Yet in her home office, a subtle anomaly caught their attention: a drawer slightly askew, revealing a leather-bound journal that whispered of untold secrets. The words within the journal painted a chilling picture of a life haunted by an unseen menace. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates," the final entry declared, a testament to the fear that had gripped Walsh in her final days. And as digital footprints illuminated her online existence, a pattern emerged: messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same unsettling phrase: "I see your perfection." Mercer, her mind a labyrinth of deductions and theories, pieced together the fragments of Walsh's life, each clue a stepping stone towards the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. The careful arrangement of the victim's body, the meticulous presentation, these were not acts of impulse, but a macabre ritual orchestrated by a mind steeped in malevolence. The turning point in the investigation arrived unexpectedly, a shard of light in the darkness that enveloped the case. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, a piece missing from her belongings. The trail led to Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker whose unassuming demeanor belied a chilling reality. Surveillance footage captured Linden's clandestine visits to Walsh's residence, his presence a specter haunting her every move. In his modest apartment, a trove of horrors awaited discovery: photographs of Walsh and others, their faces frozen in time, their lives unknowingly laid bare. Among his possessions, a shrine emerged, a sinister tableau of obsession and possession. When confronted with the damning evidence, Linden's facade of normalcy crumbled, revealing a mind twisted by delusion and a heart consumed by a warped sense of justice. "They were imperfect," he confessed, his voice void of emotion. "Their perfection was a lie, a mask I had to remove." The search for the truth led Mercer and her team to remote locales, where two more suitcases were unearthed, each containing a woman who shared Walsh's fate. Lyndon's trial cast a pall over the courtroom, his crimes laid bare for all to see, a tale of horror and obsession that defied comprehension. As the judge pronounced his sentence, a lifetime behind bars, a fate devoid of hope or redemption, the families of the victims found solace in justice served. Yet for Mercer, the case remained an enigma, a puzzle with missing pieces that whispered of a darkness that lurked in the most unexpected of places. The river, its waters a mirror to the world above, continued its endless journey downstream, carrying with it the secrets of the past. In the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the chilling remnants of Lyndon's obsessions, a stark reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, beneath the facade of perfection, lay a darkness that could consume even the most unsuspecting souls. And so, as the day faded into night and the world surrendered to dreams, the river's gentle lullaby echoed in the darkness, a soothing melody that whispered of mysteries untold and secrets buried deep within the shadows. And as the stars blinked into existence, a lone figure stood watch, a silent guardian against the encroaching night, his eyes ever vigilant, his mind a battleground of light and shadow. Story 27. The worn wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, a subtle movement that drew her focus downward. Intrigued, she knelt and traced her fingertips along the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dim, narrow space lurking beneath the foundation of her new abode. Sarah Coleman peered into the darkness under her home, Detective Morgan Reed's presence a solid comfort at her side. Yet the fear shimmering in Sarah's eyes spoke of a deeper unease than simply stumbling upon a concealed room. It was the violation of sanctuary, the encroachment of a sinister force into what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Touch nothing else," Detective Reed's voice, steady and unwavering, sliced through the tension. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a gentle glow over the hidden chamber. The walls whispered secrets, adorned with surveillance images, snapshots of Sarah's daily life, captured without her knowledge. A shrine to obsession crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property had sat empty for months before Sarah's purchase, its listing painting a picture of charm and potential, omitting any hint of the darkness lurking within. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice trembled. "I was told he kept to himself. I was assured that basement access had long been sealed off. That's what the paperwork stated." As crime scene investigators descended upon the scene, their tools clinking against the wooden floors, they meticulously documented the eerie contents of the hidden chamber. The mattress, the chair, the notebook filled with Sarah's name scribbled obsessively across its pages, all bore the ghostly imprint of Walter Green's fixation. Forensic analysis unearthed a labyrinth of fingerprints, all belonging to the deceased Walter. The timeline they reconstructed sent shivers through the investigators, revealing years of clandestine observation, a web of fixation meticulously spun beneath Sarah's unsuspecting gaze. "This level of obsession tends to escalate," the department psychologist somberly explained. "From fantasy to reality, from admiration to possession. The hidden room suggests a disturbing evolution of intent." Detective Reed's inquiry took a chilling turn upon interviewing Walter's former colleague, a maintenance worker at the local shopping center. Fidgeting nervously, the man divulged fragments of Walter's infatuation, veiled under the guise of harmless admiration. He spoke of her, the coworker confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless, just an old man's fancy. I never imagined. Reed's persistence led to the discovery of a key in Walter's untouched workplace locker, a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. As the metal door rumbled open, a replica of Sarah's past life unfurled before their eyes. Furniture, decor, even a mannequin mirroring her likeness, all arranged with meticulous precision. A calendar marked with a crimson circle bearing the word "together" sent a chill down their spines. A date looming just days after Walter's sudden demise, a date that hinted at a sinister conclusion to his twisted fantasy. Investigations unearthed Walter's troubled past, a history of institutionalization for delusions of love that had lain dormant until Sarah unwittingly reignited his dormant obsession. The photographs, the replicas, the meticulous planning all pointed to a culmination that fate had deftly averted. As Sarah stood in the once-tainted living room, now devoid of its haunting echoes, she confided in her realtor, her voice a whisper carried on the breath of a chilling realization. I can't shake the thought of what might have been if not for that loose floorboard. How long would I have lived in oblivion, unaware of the shadows lurking beneath my own floor? The case closed with Walter's demise, labeled as stalking with intent, a grim testament to averted tragedy. Sarah, now a vigilant guardian of her own safety, relocated far from the cottage's tainted walls, a silent survivor of a perilous dance with fate. Detective Reed, a silent sentinel in the shadows, occasionally checked on Sarah, a wordless reminder of a darkness narrowly escaped. The cottage passed into new hands, its secrets buried beneath fresh floorboards, its past fading into the whispers of time. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden room beneath the floor lingered, a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that prowl in the shadows, of the monsters that slumber in plain sight, and of the fragile thread that separates us from our darkest destinies.